Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be going back to the Factorio factory, where I've been working on some few things behind the scenes. And hello, Toto. Good to see you here. I was a little bit wondering if I should stream today or not, if I had the energy, but I decided to do it anyway. I did just eat dinner. So if my voice messes up, that is probably why. How are you doing today? Up to anything interesting? Playing some 7 days, I assume, but you never know. Let's fire up Factorio though. And I think, so it's Friday tomorrow. Yes, Friday tomorrow. Where I promised something special or whatever. So I'll probably be playing that game tomorrow. I haven't looked, I assume that it is playable at the moment, but I haven't had it open in quite a while now. So we will see how that works out. It'll be an afternoon stream most likely though, which means around this time tomorrow. Yes, pretty much. Maybe a little bit earlier actually, now that I think about it. Might not be the entire stream's worth, but we'll see. It all depends on how it goes. Whatever the case, I've actually been looking forward to it because I was thinking on playing it on stream for a couple times now, but I've just never had like a good open window to do it. So tomorrow. And the reason why it's in the afternoon is because I have a deadline tomorrow. So to make the most out of my time for that one, I'll set aside the whole sort of early day part. Which, even if it doesn't end up taking the whole day, it's definitely nice having it. Pizza is really good, by the way. So if I like seem a little bit drowsy as well, then it's because I ate homemade pizza today. All those carbs just have a tendency to sort of bog me down and like make me tired for a little while until my body recovers from it. But it just tastes so good, you know? It just tastes so bloody good. All right, let's get in here. And I've been working on my save a little bit. There's nothing too crazy that has happened. I'll try and remember. One of the things is that I went down here to do some scouting. And what I have here now is a radar station with some turrets. Just to see how bad it is. And given the sheer density of enemies on this island already, or whatever landmass, yeah, it's gonna be a piece of work claiming any of this for ourselves. So definitely gonna make use of the fact that there's less density around up here. Even though this looks pretty bad. But yeah, the main thing that has happened is that I've started making use of boats. Trying to recover the base to a point where it was operating like it used to before I removed all the Steam stuff. And to do that, I needed gold. So I did mention this a couple streams ago that I wasn't sure on how to do it. If it was just going to be like through the base or whatever. But I ended up making it by the use of boats, because I thought, it's gonna be good practice and I'll need the stations anyway. I'm not entirely sold on the design for these ports yet. I guess they're ports, not really stations, but they technically work the same way as trains. So they have the logistics set up just as if it was a train. It doesn't really like seem that different. You just set up your stations and where they should go and how long they should wait and all that. All your conditions. The main difference being, though, that these ships have, and I can't see that without going over there, but just stop pressing that dragon. They do have an inventory space of 1,000, though. So they can carry a lot more than a 4-wagon train, I'm pretty sure. Because how much does a train wagon carry again? Should have some on me, maybe not. Let's see. Where is it? Doop-a-doop. Here. Yeah, so they've only got a storage size of 80. So even if you've got 4 carriages on a train, it's still like what is that? 160 times 2, 320 inventory spaces. So barely not even a third of what an entire cargo ship does, which consequently also means you need less space for them because they don't even take up you know, an entire train's length worth of space because it's spaced out the same way and visualized in the same way. So not only that, but you know, I don't need as many ships going around basically. Setting them up is going to be a little bit different as well, but I digress. This port here is then for base materials: gold, tin, copper, and iron for now at least. And of course only gold is coming in, but everything should be hooked up if I remember. So if I do end up, say, going to this aforementioned area down here where there just happens to be 3 iron mines in close proximity to each other, I could make a port down here and transport all that iron across, and I'll be set for a very long time. That being said, I've also set up the train stations, however. Apart from one, I see. Trying to like make some kind of naming convention that makes sense to me. And I might go back on this at some other point, but this is what we have now at least. And it should mean that once we start like clearing out these bugs up here on the mainland, if you can call it that, I guess, I can start setting up trains to actually go and collect some of the resources around here. Most notably, actually, one of the main things that I've been running out of is stone, of all things. Simply because what little stone is left is distributed like all across the entire like factory base, whatever you want to call it. And as a result, it means that they're not like all connected to each other, so they're supplying like smaller like smaller areas with resources, and eventually I needed to come in from some centralized position. In fact, I actually already exhausted like a stone mine that was up here in order to make these stone platforms, and as a result this whole thing stalled. But then I realized and remembered, oh yeah, whenever we're melting down ingots and stuff, we get dirty water, and you can filter this into clean water, which as a byproduct will yield either like stone or whichever thing you set it to. In my case, rare metals. So it's just a matter of making use of that for now anyway. So is there anything else I need to recap? I mean, I've reinstated science, which might be apparent from the fact that we've actually managed to do some science again. So I can start researching things as well, though I'm not entirely sure on what to focus on. I guess combat related things might be preferred if we are going to be taking out large enemies, bases and stuff, but there's already some military based things that I haven't even made factories for yet. Oh yeah, and I think, yeah, that's probably what we're going to be working on next, is getting rockets. Because although the anti-material rifle does a decent enough job, in large bases, especially right next to the pollution, the enemies just seem to spawn so fast I can't keep up with them. So I need something with a little bit more bang. But yeah, this is the science production facilities going here with all the science coming out. And it's all the way up to this purple science here. So even though it's not like completely covering all the types of signs that there will eventually be. It does at least do all the basics with a little room to expand as well. Of course, there is still that issue that they're sort of limited by the fact that I need extra materials. In my case, it's these motor things, which oddly enough I'm making all the way over here. But and the reason why they are not moving is because I'm actually not getting a whole lot of lubricant. I also just realized this isn't even connected on the other side. Let's just fix that. There we go. And let's see what else. So the roboports are pretty much covering the entire base as well now. One thing I did was to reinforce the entire wall sections. So the whole way around the base now has double layer turrets, just for contingency, I suppose. But it also has access to, or these robo towers that can supply them with repair materials and even replace entire things if they get broken. So in other words, that should mean that I don't have to worry about replacing anything manually ever again, at least for now. I've also ironed out some of the design, like layout of the wall, so it's more streamlined, more straight, which doesn't look as interesting, but it makes it better at defending at least. Yeah, and then there's radar all the way around, and I think that's pretty much it. What else did I do? Let me just think for a second. Because there's been like a lot of small things as well, like rerouting some of the belts in some places, like over here. Oh yeah, I moved the organic matter production away from where it usually was, just to get some space in here for other things, but also to build a bit of a bigger production of it. Seems to be doing fine though. But just before we move anywhere, so lubricant is the thing that we need, which is made by these. It says output full. Take it, it's the light oil, okay. It's the light oil. And the only other thing that I'm doing with light oil is I'm making fuel out of it, okay. That's like the final end step. And it's only being used for the purple tech card, so unless those are being produced, it's not eating any of it. So one thing that we could do is to try and transport it up here and somehow put it into this system to make pellets. That would definitely get rid of any excess. Now the only question is where and how. I think this line up here, because that's sort of what this space is for in the first place. Well, it does go up there. I suppose I could bring it along to the left. Then up here through that. I think that's what we're gonna do. And I'm in a monowheel. So yeah, let's make that our first objective for today. See where it takes us. Something else I also need to figure out is using up some of the chromium that we have, because it's been like piling up. And so far my solution has very simple-mindedly been to just expand the storage capacities of these. But yeah, it's pretty bad. We've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 500 slot warehouses full of raw, or I think it's like pure chromium or whatever, raw materials. And that means that this one is filling up and it's already over half full. if you don't know what that is, it's basically a byproduct from my iron smelting facility. And it's used for some advanced stuff, but I haven't gotten around to like set anything up for it yet, so it's just been stockpiling ever since. Mostly, I guess, because like it's for, what is it again, like stainless steel, I believe it's for. That's one thing at least. And it's essentially the next tier up in terms of belts and such requires the stainless steel. So it's not because I don't have like a use for it, but it just requires like a whole processing plant that doesn't exist at the moment. And because I had to restructure everything in terms of the whole factory basically, it sort of means that I don't even have like, or I've been using like a lot of excess materials in order to make that happen. In fact, I do have my stockpile graveyard over here, and some of these chests are just full of like belts and things. Because instead of using what I already had, naturally the logistics robots would preferably use up new stuff instead of what was already there. And as a result, it just means that I've been producing a lot of things that I already had as well. Using up plenty of iron that could have been spent more wisely, but you know, what do you do? Alright. Where are these belts? Oh, I think there could have been a mine here or something. Just wondering why these belts looked so wacky. Hey, what's this? Oh. Is this a random floor tile? But yeah, it feels pretty good that science is now back in working order, so I can research any of all these. Some of it's going to take more time than others, but we can definitely get access to some things now. Solar energy 2. I guess that's true. I can also start making these if I get... Ah, yeah, that was what the tellurium was for. That's also a metal I need to start smelting. Unfortunately, the base is kind of run out of space, so not exactly sure how I'm gonna tackle that. Probably decentralize it. Make like a production facility somewhere else and then transport the ingots in, or maybe even like transport things from the base out to be produced externally or something. I haven't quite made up my mind. Yeah, let's get those. That robo tower is in a very annoying spot. Okay, so far so good. So this is where I need to insert the bloody thing. Preferably on the opposite side of that chest up there, I mean. Or actually... Okay, let's move that over a little bit. Do this and priority on the left, because I need to make sure that we're always getting rid of our wood. That's like top priority. Because if the wood production stalls, that would be let's just say it would have some undesirable consequences. Hmm. There it is. Okay, so there's this whole setup. Well, maybe it might be better to just transport it on from the opposite side here. Is that even... it's not... It's kinda... It would be possible. I could make it happen. Even if it's gonna be a little bit ugly, but this is fine. Then we should be able to just bring this across like so. Move that up there. Okay, let's connect it up here instead. Booby doop. Oh shit. That one we want to keep. Okay, so that should do the trick. These things, facilities here are just gonna make pellets out of it. We might even be able to expand this. Don't have a factory for making these coke ovens though, or cokeries. Well, let's try and see if I don't have any in stock first. Whatever the case, at least for now, we're also making use of the fact that we have this excess fuel. And I just did realize something I probably should do as well. Where is it? There. Okay. Let's drive along. Here we go. So what I want to do is output priority on the right. Always to the right. So that I make sure that the research is prioritized over burning it. Otherwise it just gets evenly distributed after all. Okay. Hold on a second. Is it even necessary? Because right now it seems like they're eating up this fuel faster than it's being produced, at least. Here. How's it looking on the light oil side? I assume it's gonna stay stable in terms of how much we have. Seeing as I have more things... okay, we actually do have more things consuming than producing. Though I do believe it produces quite a good amount of it, though. And then the lubricant is like a secondary product, right? This is the next tier of research. Wait, they also need gold. Jeez. Miniaturized gateway, okay. Oof. Optical memory plates, is that what they call CDs now? I guess it's not really going to be the same. These are going to be like higher capacity things or whatever. Still funny. Oh, we can make armor-piercing anti-material rifle mags as well. How big of a difference is that? Pretty decent. Okay. Of course, there's also the stainless steel mags, which is another use for the stainless steel, but also requires lead and cupronickel, which is basically, if iron, tin, and copper are the tier 1 type materials, then this would be the next one up, because they require all those prerequisites. Of course, there's also the opportunity to make rockets, which is something I was considering. If you think about it, it shouldn't be that difficult to make, because we've got gunpowder here for the explosives, and this chest is like full now, so could just make use of that. Then all I would need are these green circuit boards, which are already nearby. There's plenty of space over here to make a factory for it too. Even without like reusing this factory's gunpowder, I could make a completely separate one if I really wanted to. Since the belts down here can also be continued. The only annoying part would be to transport the sulfur though. But I could just reroute this fuel, I guess. Because it would just be this single, small, short strip. And then the rest would be steel requirements. But yeah, I would actually need this entire, like a duplicate of this entire factory setup if I'm going to be using it for rockets. So maybe I can just get away with putting it down here then. Oh, that's one of those. Okay. Jeez. But it requires carbon steel plates and rods. The main issue of that being that the plates, they take an awful long time to make. I guess there are plates coming in down here. Could we steal some of those? Kinda. But I don't have steel anywhere there. Oh, I've also got the plates up there, okay. Jeez, my throat is dying. Booby doop. No steel though. What's on this funky ass belt? Oh, okay. I think it's organic material, whatever. Well, if there's no steel in that direction, I think the closest is the belt over here. Could get it across. Because it would literally just be for the sake of making rods. And then we could branch off the gunpowder and the explosives from this factory, so we don't only have this little space over here and just make like a line for rockets and then explosive rockets next to it maybe. Because then if I need to or want to, I can also make the explosives factories and all that jazz, but like on the right hand side instead. And then also sort of filter those in. Because I'm pretty sure I could also redesign this whole thing to be more compact. Yeah, definitely. Okay. First things first. Get the steel across, I think. and somehow make use of this little gap we have. That's also gonna fill up this entire place though. This is a very annoying position to have to get the steel through. Let's see if we can't make it happen. Okay. Screw that. I think though we might be able to do something sneaky. Oh wow, they're getting absolutely wrecked. Fine. So what I was thinking is to just branch it off a little bit earlier up here. And then I actually need to do it one earlier. I need to go and get a glass of water after this. Shoot. Nope. Yes. Oh. Oh damn. I see. Can I? Yes. Well, better not think about that interchange over there. Because this is not pretty. It does just work though. Okay, I'll go and get that glass of water before my voice dies. If I can find my glass. There we go. Still cold as shit outside. The wind is just not stopping. Hey. All right. Let's move you up here. There we go. Do they? No. They do not reach that far, and I'm out of those. Okay. Why am I... What was I doing last since the... Oh, right, I think I was sorting out my logistics trash setup or whatever. So I didn't want the bots to pick up all my things. Supplies. Too lazy to go and grab it on my own. They can probably bring it to me faster than I would be able to go and get it myself. This is also part of why there's just an abundance of these sitting in chests everywhere. Okie dokie. So that's 2 things at least taken care of. And we do have the green circuits up there. Okay. Oh yeah, and the carbon steel plates were up there as well. Let's designate some space for these. Hopefully this is going to be enough. Move you. Thank you. Let's see. So it's 4 different materials. Okay. Rockets. Gotta get me some of them rockets. Boopy doop. Yes. Something like this. That should work. Might be a little bit overkill, but whatever. That should be fine. Let's copy paste you. There we go. Reconnect these. Okay, so that should be green circuits. It's already 50% of the thing done. And we'll need you. Set to the right. And then we only want the carbon steel plates. Oh wow, that was unexpected. There we go. Seems to be working just fine. Reconnect that. Okay, so that's already half of it done. Then there is these resources for the gunpowder. In fact, also this. Because was it just gunpowder? If it's just gunpowder, maybe I should just make a dedicated factory for it. Oh, that's true. I also need to make explosives. Damn it. Let's first see. Yeah, so it's just carbon and sulfur for gunpowder. So not too terrible to make. But then to turn that into explosives, however, you need what, like paper? Okay. I mean, it's not really that bad. It just takes up a lot of space. Space that I'm quickly running out of. And you need specifically wood chips. So there's like... it's not a lot of resources, but it's just a lot of production chain. Well, whatever the case... let's first set up carbon steel rod production. How many do these need? Okay. It takes quite a while to make a rocket. So, one factory per is going to be more than adequate. Ooh, do we want to be cheeky about this? Yeah, let's be fancy. Just because I can. Or because I figured out something that I can do. So if I do like this and like that, that gives me just enough space for one input and output for the factory on this side here at least. Which, in other words, we take the steel here, chug it in there. And by the power of dynamic inserter magics, it just works. Cool. Didn't really need to put it on both sides of the bell, I guess. Let's do like that. And I think this should be fine. Good. Okay. They just need gunpowder now. Then we got the rockets. Question is, should we make the rockets first and then worry about explosives? I actually think that might be wise. Yes. Cool. But yeah, this is like, it may seem like a lot of waste. Oh, I forgot to put these in between huts. But it might seem like a lot of waste to have these, like in comparison to have these electric poles in the middle between areas and then just belts instead of having them flushed like that. But in actuality, a lot of the space that I'm actually saving is like horizontal space, right? And that's what I'd seem to need the most of in terms of factory layouts, I figured. Because I don't always need them to go that deep, but I need a lot side by side so that I can take the resources from one and then loop it into the other one without requiring like massive transport buses. So that I can just transport the core resources. Yes. And this makes for a fairly compact setup. I can also only... well, actually, it would work in vanilla too, at least for that. Obviously, the inserters are something completely else, but yeah. Let's see... where is it? No, right. That's why I can't find it. I need a bloody mixer. For gunpowder. Yeah. So it's 8 carbon every 1.6 seconds. Alternatively, you can also view it as I produce 12 every 1.6 seconds. Which actually is quite a lot, now that I think about it. Because the throughput of the belt is only 30 per second. Which means that if I have... Yeah, it's every 0.8 seconds, it's roughly 6 gunpowder. You know, it's obviously a bit more than that. But, or less, or whatever. Doesn't really matter. The general gist is if I assume just 6 gunpowder per factory per second roughly, makes it a little bit easier to do some brain math on. Because then I can also even up to like 1 second everything, so 6 so basically 5 factories and then 1 more, so 6 factories just to be on the safe side would already fill up an entire belt. At which point it doesn't make sense to put them on both sides of a belt, so... I think this is one of those cases as well. Of course, just with gunpowder this time. Oh wait, can I even do it this way? Yeah, because you insert less and you get more. So I should be able to put carbon and sulfur on each their belt. Even if I don't, I can actually... Yeah, let's just do that just because we can. Right? No, wait, it won't reach. That's true. It will not reach. Damn it. Didn't quite think about that one. Wait a minute. Didn't I forget something? Yes. I forgot something. I can actually make this more compact. Because that was another discovery I made. I mean, this... Because it's... But only because it's on one lane, that's... Or one-sided. So I don't need to have these. That's what it is. So, in other words, if I just put an electric pole in here... Tell those... to take it from the opposite side instead. There we go. Now I can actually just stack these even closer together. But again, this setup doesn't always like work. The main issue with this setup is that because you need one tile for the electric pole here, if I were to say want these on the opposite side, I couldn't do that because I would be short one space for an inserter, which would be taken up by that electric pole. And of course, when you have more resources needed per crafting thing, the problem becomes even more noticeable. But hey, this is a little bit cleaner too. Alright. Doesn't really save any space, but it's, you know, it's a fun little thing. Gunpowder, on the other hand, might be a bit more tricky. Because in this case, we're also dealing with the reach limitations of these. I could do something like this, though. Yep. And then just stick a frigging electric pole in the middle there. And this is gonna look really dumb, but it will work. Basically, I can configure these to just reach across diagonally, and then that makes for, you know, two tiles as well, because it's not they don't reach inside a circle, they reach inside a square, which is a little bit weird, but you know, I don't complain. Those will stay like we had them before. And you go up there. Hold on. Opposite way. And like so. So you put on the outside and you put on the inside of the belt. Now we want to make sure it's in the top left corner offset, not bottom left, because these tunnels do cover up, and I actually don't even know if they can place it if you set the offset like that. Regardless, this should at least be more than fine. Yeah, I know I said 6, but let's just do 8. And the resources don't even have to share a belt. Get you across. Then we need the crushed charcoal. And that's just through a crusher, right? But what are the ratios like? So if we take coke and put it in, it's 1 to 2 carbon. That might be the Achilles heel, because that's also what you need the most of. And it takes the same time to make carbon as it does gunpowder. So if you want it to be 100% sure, you actually need 8 times as many crushers making carbon as the ones making the actual gunpowder. The place where it becomes weird though is because they can produce 1 to 2. So another way of looking at that is, okay, there's like 50% chance of it producing an additional 1. So in theory, I guess you only need about 50%. Like, you need 50% less machines making carbon. Which would mean that we only need 4 times. It's not... Yeah, it doesn't mean that we need 4 times instead of 8 times, does it? Nah. Well, we can just try and make some crushers and see how well they do. Because over here, that's what these things do as well. Hopefully it's gonna be fine. Yeah, this is where it could be really cool if I could have these. Space would actually allow me to do it. I'm tempted. It would mean that we would still lose a space, so is it even worth it? Probably not. Because I would need 3 anyways. How much does it... I mean, I can save 1 tile, so... It's not like I can't make it more compact, at least. Because we would be using this layout here. Just flip it horizontally. There we go. Let's make sure this actually does work. It does not. Does it? Yes, it is. I don't know why I thought it wouldn't work. Damn the noise of these things. let's just duplicate it. There's more things than rockets that need explosives after all, so... Cool, okay, we got regular rockets now at least. So if we put that in a chest here, we should be Gucci. Maybe not like that many though. Okay, next up is turning those into explosive rockets, which, as the name implies, requires explosives. Ton of gunpowder as well. Damn. You need like 5 times as much gunpowder to make these as the regular rockets, and you already need the regular rockets as well. Okay, well I guess then it's 4 times as much because it's accounted for in the cost, but still. That is not cheap. Should I make another gunpowder factory, I wonder? I think that might be an idea. Because one setup for charcoal was not quite enough to completely satisfy one. So if I split it up like this, I'd make a little bit better use out of the charcoal production, even though it doesn't necessarily add up. I am contemplating now, though. Because if I wanted to, I could technically add another lane there, put the factory across so I don't have to copy this entire setup, saving a lot of valuable space. Does mean rebuilding this whole setup though. So let's do this for now. Let's remove these manually, because there's going to be a lot of carbon being picked up now. It's fine. Yeah, I don't see why that wouldn't work. And I can just paste that back in here. Should also be able to just flip that to sign. Yep. Okay, the electric pole doesn't quite reach. Let's just upgrade them then. Should solve that issue. And now we should be getting twice as much gunpowder. Well, not exactly, but a pretty good amount of it anyway. can send that off in the opposite direction. And the idea is that eventually the rocket's production is not going to be like as necessary isn't the right word. As fast. Like it's going to fulfill the demand for the actual explosive rockets, and then gunpowder won't be as necessary over there. So I guess then the demand isn't as high. How do we do this? Can I even do this? Yes, okay. Because I thought, why not also merge them together, just prioritize, and then it should be fine. We've got just enough space to move the rockets along this direction here. Alright, so far so good. Explosives and rockets. Well, then we can probably just copy paste this setup and then just change the recipe on these bad boys. Okay, not entirely, but pretty close. We'll have to move that roboport though. I guess we can just insert them directly into a chest here. Now, explosives. So just gunpowder and paper, huh? Let's just copy paste this factory, I suppose. Can we make it more compact though? That is the question. No. Because there's only 3 spaces left here and I would have to move all these 4 inserters closer in. Which doesn't have any room for that, so... But this is also pretty decent though. Is it actually more space efficient though? Because I need like a factory setup that uses 2 inputs and has 1 output, and just compare, because I don't think I've made a design like that before. So this uses 5 spaces, the other one only uses 4. Interesting. And is this a similar setup? Yes. They have 1 output and 2 separate inputs. So the setup that I've just come up with is actually more space efficient, huh? I thought when I made that this was like the most space efficient I could be, using up every single tile, but this actually takes up less. The only caveat being that you sort of need to assign a little bit extra space on the output side because you need to merge the belts, but I think that's a pretty decent sacrifice. I think it's manageable. There is this issue though. Because I need the gunpowder to be inserted somehow. But I can't remove any of these. Which means at least I would have to do something like that. Yeah, that is a problem. That makes it a little bit more difficult. I guess I could remove like the front line most factories in this case. It's just because of poor planning. Or I suppose there is another solution. There we go. That should do the trick. Putting it out to a main bus like this allows me to just put it in directly. Giving me plenty of space to merge these. Just something worth thinking about, I guess. And if I do the same for the paper side of things, it should be pretty decent. Now I do have wood coming out here, but... Oh... Guess I would have to do something like that. And then we do something like this. So that at least gives me... No, I can't do that. Damn it. Can do this. That would work. It's not pretty, but it works. It was just to make paper, right? Oh, right. Which you need wood chips for. Takes 4.8 to make 12 wood chips, but every 1.6 I need 4. Okay. So there's 1.6, 3.2, and then it's 4.8. Okay. In other words, one factory making wood chips can supply enough wood chips for one factory making paper. So it's a 1-to-1 ratio, in effect. Okay. And then it produces 12 paper every 4.8 seconds, of course. Which I just need to, like, consider in terms of throughput, I suppose. Well, this is made in a mixer, right? Yep. Let's see. Because this might very well be one of those cases where I just need like a ton of paper. But the throughput's gonna limit me. So another way of looking at this is that every 2.4 seconds I have 2 factories that need 6 paper. And in twice that amount of time I make that amount of paper with 1. So if I have 2 factories across each other, then it's evened out. Yeah, so it's also 1 paper factory per explosives factory, you could say. And they only need 1 in and out, so... And since there's only 1 input on for the paper, it doesn't really matter much. Though I will have to split it up like this, simply because otherwise it won't reach. Or not because it won't reach, but I won't have the space needed for the amount of belts required. Still takes up less space though. No, wait, what am I doing? Oh yeah, I do need to. Yeah, I do need to. So this is one of those cases where I need to evaluate whether or not I want to use up space in depth or in width.
I don't want to set the world.
Wow, Toto, you scared me. No, it's called Factorio, but based on screen real estate, it should have been called Conveyor Beltorio. I guess sort of, Shepster. Also, were you trying to wake me up, Toto? Oh man, yeah, I was like completely deep in the thought process here. But yes, these sections here can get a little bit tricky. But it's actually only because I'm on an island. Yeah, in the zone, exactly. Bobbin. Now, like, main reason why the belts are so tight in the setup is because I have very limited land space. It's a island world gen. So if I want more space, I gotta go out and claim what little there is of it. Or spend copious amounts of stone trying to expand. So, yeah. No, you're being honest. You're true though. In this case, it's like pretty bad. You don't have a lot of excess space to actually work with. And then I'm also running with the mod, so a bad joke, I don't know. Still. Beltorio does seem to fit the description. What do we want to... Should we research tanks? Does it make any sense to research tanks? I mean, we are working on... I should probably try at least to see what a tank is like. That joke wasn't engineered well. We'll get it because of the... Oh, never mind. I get it. You're a funny man. Bad puns. The laziest kind of jokes, but I still like them. But also got a terrible sense of humor, I suppose. Either that or I've just been so used to it by now that I don't really mind them. So do we just copy these? I think so. Puns take a lot of thought sometimes, underappreciated form of comedy. I guess. They're not as bad. I mean, there's also dad jokes, and sometimes it's this weird crossover situation where you can't really tell which it is. I also kind of like dad jokes, though. I've been subjugated to quite a lot of them at this point. It's the best kind of joke. Kind of reminds me of the dad of one of my friends in high school. We would on the third year we had to do an electronics course, and it was not in the same city that we were, like, our school was located in, so we had to go to a different campus essentially in order to take these classes. And as part of that, this friend of mine would be driving us in his dad's car, and not on multiple occasions, I think how was it again? Did he talk to his dad on the phone? I think he did at some point, like when we were on our way home or something, and he just said casually, like, yeah, we just you know, filled up the car with gas, basically. And then the obligatory, but it's a diesel engine, I hope you didn't, joke came up, or you know, the actual execution is, well, I hope you didn't do that, and then you ask why, and it's like, well, because it's a diesel. And then you smack your forehead and want to strangulate your dad, but you know, that's basically how it goes. And he reused that same joke so many times that it was just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, good stuff. This is a good way to end the day. And the worst part is that he got my friend every single time with this freaking joke, which just shouldn't be legal. But what can you do? There. Kind of stuff that seems painful when it happens, when you look back and miss those things. Yeah. Actually, like, generally speaking, the trips over there were not really the most pleasant ones back in the day, because it was a half an hour drive every time. Being used to not, you know, having to transport for more than like 10 minutes to get to school, then suddenly having to spend in half an hour, even if you weren't the one driving, was not pleasant. But still, you know, we had our fun getting time to pass in these days. I actually decided to get it got to a point where I actually decided to just consistently bring a pillow along, because I'm not a morning person. So just bring a pillow along and then sleep in the car. Yeah, 30 minutes both ways. So an hour's worth of driving at least it was only once a week, though, gotta say that. But yeah, it was a pretty good amount of time driving still. But I didn't have a driver's license, so I was heavily dependent on the rest of the people in our class. What made it worse, though, in some aspects, I guess, is that the reason why it wasn't provided in the campus that we were at, or the location we were at, is because it was one of those voluntary courses, or rather, wasn't really voluntary. You got a choice between different subjects, and we chose electronics, right? But there was also biochemistry for food industry, like think yogurt, that kind of stuff. There was robotics. What else was there? Oof, I can't even remember all of them. But suffice it to say, there were different topics that you could choose between, and depending on which one you chose, you may or may not have had to like go to that other campus. And in our case, electronics and the biochemistry thing was both in the same, you know, campus. So it meant a lot of people were driving, but also in like different teams, if you know what I mean. We were a class of about 22 or so, I think. So no, it's not university. I don't know if I think campus, yeah, campus still applies. It was high school though, but it was like the same high school but at a different locality, so like a different city. And they just didn't have the facilities in the town where I grew up. So because they had it in that separate location where they were like teaching the exact same things and all that, same study line and all that stuff, we had to go there. Yes, pretty much. Denmark, generally speaking, doesn't have a lot of large cities. So as soon as you go into like even the small town I grew up in is actually considered a larger one by Danish standards. But still, it was so small that our classes, actually like our classrooms were, and this is really weird, but they actually were situated in the campus, if you will, of a completely different high school that wasn't even associated with our high school. But because of the way that culture in my hometown is, the two high schools of different like brands or whatever were situated right next to each other. And one high school sort of deals more with the like more practical minded things. So I went to basically what's the equivalent of like a tech based high school. But there's also like the merchant one that you could do, which would be the other high school institution. And they just had such a tight collaboration with each other because they were situated right next to each other that our classrooms were right in the same building and such as the people doing all the merchant related stuff, whilst our actual like chemistry classrooms were in the buildings belonging to our high school. And they also had people from there using our rooms. It was like really weird. I guess they were just like making the most of the situation. I have no idea how the heck they managed the like the financial side of things and all that, but I guess they made it work. Whatever the case, like we were just situated alongside each other that way. Kinda. I mean, they were literally right next to each other in this case. It was only for chemistry and biology too, so simply because, you know, the pupils learning all the merchant related stuff, they didn't have chemistry and biology. But the high school that I graduated from also teach like what's actually the name of that? People that clean chimneys and locomotive drivers as well is like some of the special niche things that they also teach. Yeah, it was very interesting. It wasn't always the best either. Thanks for the lurk there, Toto. It did also mean that teachers were also shared between the two institutions, so to speak. So, as far as I know anyway. The benefit being that, you know, they weren't really... I guess they were kind of pressed for staff being like a smaller town and all that, but because they were like collaborating this way, they could manage much... like get a better result for everyone. So it's, you know, it's pretty good solution to a otherwise pretty annoying problem, I suppose. Water. Water. I think I might have enough over here, so... Question is, can I steal some water? Better result and more... offer more variety of the learning subjects makes sense to me. Yeah. That and also the quality of their teachers. As a matter of fact, like I also have a university degree, but that one also has multiple campuses. And as a matter of fact, one of the people, actually the exact same guys whose dad I just mentioned, he took the same study line as me, but he went to a different campus, which is closer to my hometown. But I think was 1 or 2 years into our education, because we started at the same time, just separate places. They decided that the campus or the education should shut down on the campus that he was participating at, and the study line was only provided in 3 different campuses at that time, one being in Copenhagen, which is like really far away. So you're in the US, so learning about Europe has always been interesting. Everything is so spread out there. Oh, over here. Over in the US. I mean, it kinda also is here, because it's like the university that I graduated from is in the very north of Denmark, and Copenhagen is on the very eastmost end of it. And then the university campus he went to is in the westernmost, but they had to shut it down because they just couldn't get enough qualified teachers to teach there, and they were like shifting around resources and a bunch of other crap, so it just wasn't feasible to keep the study line running for like a handful of students, since I guess people like me decided to move to larger cities. So yeah, it's probably the main reason why. And I think we talked about it back then and such, and I knew a little bit more about it, but it's so long ago now that I can't even remember most of it. But suffice it to say, he did complete his bachelor. It was also, yeah, that's true, it was a major shit fest, because since they were shutting down the study line, the regular, what do you call it, rules regarding re-exams were, well, overruled, I suppose. So normally it was like, oh, you need to complete your re-exams within a certain time frame, so as to not, you know, so that the subject matter that you're being examined in hasn't changed drastically by the time that you finally finish it. Meaning that, you know, if you start a new education 3 years after you were supposed to complete your exams, the subject matter is probably bound to change, at which point you might have to redo the entire subject. Otherwise, it's kind of like, I mean, you completed it, but it's a little bit outdated now. So yeah. But because the whole rules and such, yeah, that's just how it is. But because the whole study line was being shut down, the rules regarding that was changed. So they were allowed to finish the bachelor but not do the master's degree, and they also had like a very limited amount of attempts. Like they weren't told that they had to, but they were kind of pressed that they should preferably complete the exams the first time around. Almost sounds like a scam. I mean, there was also a pretty big uproar back then, for obvious reasons. And also just for good measure's sake, in Denmark, you can take your university's degree for free. It's like just something you can do, meaning that he didn't pay for his university degree, so there are like also some restrictions in place, so you can't just be an evermore student, such as you can apply for financial funding from the governments to keep you running, social benefits, but those can only last you so and so long, which means that if you were forced to postpone, now I remember what I was going for, god damn it. If you were forced to like postpone your entire education or use up extra time because of these circumstances, government doesn't care. So no permanent students. As long as you can prove that you're doing the work, then the state will pay. I mean, you have to do the same here as well. You have to be what's called study active. And when I was a student, that basically just meant that, well, actually, there are slight variations. In high school, it means that you need to show up for enough of your classes. But they give you a lot of slack for what's allowed. And in fact, when I was in high school, I actually had like an absence percentage from all classes of about 40% or something. Or was it 30? I can't remember. I really didn't particularly like school for a long while there. But also, like, in one particular class, the absence percentage was actually 60. Still passed, though. Extended education in the US is a total joke. Oh, okay, so you were talking about here. Right. I see. Yeah, I've been talking about the Danish school system and comparing it to the American one, like, on several occasions with some of my American friends. And some Americans get very surprised at just how, I mean, generous, I guess you can say, like, in terms of opportunities, our system is. But then they hear how high our tax pressure is and they're like, oh, okay. I understand now. Everything comes at a cost. So. Okay. Got the fertilizer. Actually, I completely overstocked on this. Wait. Yeah, win some places, lose some others, I suppose. But like, as an added example, I suppose, I've been unemployed for, what, 3 years now? And though, I sometimes find it hard to consider myself poor. But, I mean, I can afford food and stuff, and can kind of make things run around. I don't exactly have a lot of excess funds to like invest in new clothes and that kind of stuff, but I can, get by at least. And being able to do that for 3 years without having to worry significantly about the future is, a pretty good thing for anyone to be able to do. Yeah, let's just terraform this a little bit. Make it green. That was radiated. What am I doing? There we go. That's much better. Save my wrists some pain. Plonk. So why start on an island? Challenge start. Not per se, no. It's not a vanilla thing. It's actually a mod that adds a completely different world generator to the game. So like normally when you choose a new scenario or you start up a new game, you choose which world generator also to use. And this one just happens to be one that generates islands instead of, you know, a massive land mass with a bunch of puddles here and there. There are a couple reasons why. For one, it's for the added challenge, I suppose. So a little bit like if you were playing the Train Worlds preset, which focuses a lot on trains, this one has a lot of water in it, which poses its own unique set of challenges. But with mods, it gets even more interesting. You know, I can make cargo ships, for instance, so that I can transport things across water. And if you use the default world generator, I don't really see a usage for cargo ships, if I'm completely honest, because it's always going to be faster and easier to just terraform the any water in your map so that you can put trains on it. And if you take the default world generator and you just crank up the amount of water, it doesn't produce as nice a result as this, because there's just way too much water then all of a sudden. And you don't get like larger connected land masses, if that makes any sense. What land you do have is like a bunch of small, then it's like the opposite, you know, instead of a bunch of puddles of water, it's a bunch of puddles of land, so. But there's that. The aliens and myself can swim, aka walk on water, though we get slowed down by like 25% in shallow water and 50% in deep water. And then there's a bunch of other mods. Okay, so you haven't played it, only watched it here and there. Fair enough, fair enough. I'm also using 2 major mods that add a bunch of content, which one is Industrial Revolution, which amongst other things extends the early game where you use steam into like crazy amounts. It's kind of ridiculous like how long the early game lasts in this. And the other one is something called Krastorio, which other players will frequently use together with something called space exploration, which is more focused on mid-end game sort of things. Yes, I think that is a good way to put it, yes. I've already completed almost every achievement in the regular vanilla game, for one. Albeit with the help of friends, of course, we work together. The only ones I don't have is speedrunning achievements. So once we were done with basically getting the vanilla achievements, and this is modded so the achievements are separated. But once we did all that, we decided, oh, okay, we want to dive into mods, because modded Factorio can get pretty crazy, and there's a lot of opportunity to extend your gameplay. As a matter of fact, this save is now... Might as well be accurate and save the game while we're doing it. This save is now 117 hours long. So I've been at this base for 117 hours. Kinda. You basically engage which mods you want and configure them to your liking, and then if you have a save going with those mods but would like to play vanilla, you can go in and just disable all the mods for a vanilla playthrough, and then if you want to return to your modded one, when loading it, it'll ask you if you want to engage all the mods with the associated configs, because they're like part of the save. So you can fairly easily do that as far as I know. But I mean, once you go modded, why ever go back? Unless you're trying to literally like speedrun the game or something, like vanilla game. I should really like focus on. I keep, yeah, I'm getting distracted, but you know, talking about it is also pretty cool. I just kind of got distracted on what I was doing. So modding is built into the game. I guess you could say that. It doesn't have a workshop like other games on Steam does, but it has its own mod portal instead. Let's see here. And adding them is done through the game itself. But yeah, they have their own mod portal there. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Yeah, I do know I have a ton going on, but there's a reason why it's taking me 117 hours to go here. I mean, if I didn't want to hang out with you and the rest of chat who might pop in, then why stream, you know? So don't worry about that. Hold on a second. Yeah, it is very time consuming, or can be at least. But by no means is it like the craziest I've ever seen. There's another streamer who's a friend of mine called Tumbling Satellite, and he's running a vanilla playthrough, and it's sitting at, last I heard it was like 300 hours or something, and that's vanilla. But he's also like so deep into endgame that I don't know even where to start. Yeah, it's pretty substantial, that. Got explosive rockets. To sort of give you an idea of what I did at some point as well. This entire island was covered, like, if we take this upper road up here, and then basically the southern part of the island, then minus some terraforming that I've done later. That was all covered in Factorio at one point that needed to be replaced. Because it was using these steam crushers and mixers and assemblers and such. And they are different from these ones in that they need you to connect them up with pipes that transport steam through them to work. So instead of using these electric poles, that just does it in an area of effect. And I had to replace that entire old factory setup, and you couldn't just easily upgrade it. I had to rebuild everything from scratch, so the goal is to build a ship and leave the planet. How does he have 300 hours in one map? Yeah, CPU wafer circuit board. Yeah, that's pretty common. So let's see, I don't remember if it's visible in the like at the very start. Shoot. I can't remember which ones it is, but there's basically some pieces of research. I think follow a robot count. Yeah, this one, for instance, is one of them. See how it says 9 towards infinity? That is because once you get into this stage of the game, you can keep researching indefinitely. Alright? So that means that endgame Factorio is all about maximizing the production of these tech cards and keep on expanding the research. Yes. So the win condition is to launch a satellite into orbit, but actually doing that rewards you with the last piece of science or whatever, usually. I have no idea if it's the same in modded, but it gives you the last I don't even remember what it's called, if it's just space science or whatever, but it's white in color anyway. And that you use in order to keep doing research infinitely towards the end game. So though you launch the rocket, it's actually just the beginning of end game. And to be honest, like, you know, you could consider that you win the map or whatever, but Factorio, just like Minecraft and a lot of other similar games in terms of overall feel, are more about the journey than the destination. So And for Factorio, it's about like figuring out clever ways to do your factory setups and optimizing things in endgame. Some people also just like to mess around with trains and setting up logistics systems with them. There's like so much stuff you could do with that alone. I'm trying to get better at it. Space science, more advanced than regular science. Yeah. I think it's because, you know, all the sciences are like associated with different fields. So there's like, yeah, what do they call, like automation tech cards, which is like, you know, automation. Then there's logistics, military, chemical, production. So singularity, which is Krastorio, advanced tech cards, matter tech cards, optimization tech cards, utility tech. Sold. Just love tagging space on to the beginning of things like it's different just because it's involves space. Actually, I didn't mention it, but there's that mod called Space Exploration, and one of the big things about that mod is that you travel to other planets as part of it. And in fact, you also end up building in space. And if I remember correctly, part of it is that, like, one of the things you eventually have to do is to build these observation posts in space in order to produce tech stuff out there. Because you have to collect the scientific data from within space or something. Fat finger the keyboard a lot. That's okay. It's okay. No problem there. Yeah, let's set that up. Give me the rockets. Let's make a rocket launcher. What do I even need for that? Steel and a circuit board. Okay. Let's try and see if I can find some. Should be some around here. No, those are just steel plates, my bad. Got the circuit boards though. Because I only really need one of these. Should be some steel here. Cool. So with enough mods, Factorio will eventually become a sci-fi MMO 4X RTS RPG with light fantasy mechanics. Future looks bright. Actually, there is a mod collection called AAI, which one of the things, or some of the things that in it, it's modules because it's modular. It adds is stuff like these haulers and mining vehicles as an example, which I'm using. But another thing that ties it all together is like a mod that allows you to automate vehicles to such a degree that you can basically turn Factorio into an RTS. Like, no joke. You can basically remote control an army of small combat vehicles from a distance. Or even use like these mining vehicles you can also hook up with it, where they will go to a mining, like an ore field, and then harvest resources in that area. And then when they're full, they'll drive back to a deposit, offload it, and then you can hand those resources from that station into like a train for long distance transport or whatever. Just as one example. Or if you want to be different, you can use the haulers to do the train's job just at a like smaller capacity or whatever. You know, it's pretty cool. I can actually also research airplanes eventually. I think it's... what's it even called? Because there's like... it's called something specific. Gunships. Yeah. Though you can't really automate them for transport, even though you can make cargo planes. They're pretty useful being able to explore the map. Little did we know that the original early access $20 humble little Factorio game could be modded into the ultimate gaming experience. Something for literally everyone. I mean, you could say the same for RimWorld. It's pretty much the same thing. RimWorld is also just so modular and easily moddable. It's kind of ridiculous. Is also one of the reasons why they've stated that they never want to over discount the game. I've actually made a few mods for RimWorld as well, so I've tried firsthand to see how easy it is to actually implement something. What does hyperbolic actually mean? I've heard that before. But what does that actually mean? All right. I need to do something about this place. Over exaggeration. Okay. Still though, Factorio is definitely one of those games. There are others that have gotten pretty high up there as well. I mean, obviously Minecraft is probably the biggest one of them all. But there's other ones that have gotten pretty far, but then just kinda went a little bit down on the what people did with it. Starbound is a really good example of it. And Terraria has also been modded, but as far as I know, not to as significant a degree or to the same quality. Doesn't really cut it. There are some really good quality mods out there. But it's just like it takes more effort to implement big changes, if that makes any sense. Had it on your wish list for a couple of years and was waiting for a sale. Haven't seen one in all that time, and I just talked you into buying it. Yeah, I mean, it's a sandbox, right? So you can make the game however you want it to be, too. That's like one of the biggest talking points, isn't it? And it's got multiplayer. There's that too. Okay. So I did just add another mod recently which allows me to make these overflow valves which can be hooked up to the wiring system. Haven't made any yet, but it doesn't seem like they're too terrible though. Just handcraft. So let's just do that. I think it's the overflow. Yeah, when input is over 80% full. Okay. Watch the guy on YouTube, Spiffing Brit. Ah, yeah. Spiffing Brit's done some pretty stupid things with this game. His community always does the wackiest of stuffs. Because they would just like plaster the minimap with how do you even do that again? I don't even remember. But you can like add is it just the tag? I think it is. And then just drew on the map weird shenanigans and stuff. Ah, yes. I will also need... Ooh. Are they here? Yes. Some flare stacks. Which is steel and electric motors. Also funny to you was that some Pope jumped in and started being totally random, and then there was half the people jumping in and got to work. Thought everyone was just going to mess around, not do anything. I think it's a surprising, gonna be pretty surprising when you have that many people. There's always gonna be like some kind of herd mentality of like, yeah, let's just do it, and then there's gonna always be the black sheep in the crowd that is just gonna like mess around with things. RT Game has a lot of videos that show a similar sort of result. I'm thinking specifically about his Minecraft server videos, where he just also gets like a bunch of people from his community together to just like build within a theme or something. And there's always the people that get up to like weird shenanigans, and there's just like in real life only a few hours pass, but because there's so many people it would take several hours just to go through it all. Chaotic ones and the organized ones. Totally search the bugs and just check them or wreck them. See, the thing though is that it only works to a certain degree. If they were to actually continue playing for extended time, since the pollution system accounts for every base that you destroy and quickly propagates the pollution rate, or the evolution factor as it's called, sorry, based off of what you do, it can very quickly get out of hand to the point where they can't just circ rush it anymore. Small biters and spitters, sure, fine. Medium ones, and the big ones, no thank you. Doing that with a handgun would be pretty much impossible. Even if you have like 100 people. But yeah, it's also just that they would, what do you call it, brute force all the science by just handcrafting it all. It's kind of ridiculous. Now it makes me think about that stupid ass achievement again. I swear to God, I almost mention it every single time I stream this game. But there's like a really cool vanilla achievement in this game that it basically is like its own challenge mode, if you will. Can't win it here because modded and stuff. But it's called Lazy Bastard and requires you to win the game, aka launch the rocket, without manually crafting more than 111 items, which means those 111 items are just barely enough to get you through like handcraft the research and build your first assembler so you can start automating things. Factorio Starship Troopers. So if you outweigh your economy with defenses, then the bugs will overrun you. To a certain degree. The evolution factor never goes down. That's one thing you should probably know. And you can see it on the right hand side. In this case, when you're looking at these bases, see contribution to nearby attacks at current evolution factor, which is 0.86. For reference, it's a number that goes between 0 and 1. And the higher that number is, the more of a distribution towards bigger enemies there's going to be than smaller ones. Is generally how it works. So once it becomes high enough, that's when medium enemies start getting introduced, and then later the large ones. But there's like, what, 3 ways that they can evolve. One is that you take out their bases, as far as I know, remember, which at face value adds a lot at one time. The other one is time, so over time it just evolves naturally, though very, very slowly. And then finally, your pollution as well has an impact. I've never really understood how the pollution works, and no one's been able to explain it to me. Because if we look at the map, you can see all these red chunks or squares. Like there's one missing here or whatever. So that's like my pollution, right? Generated from factories and all that good stuff. Well, when it encounters these alien bases, the bases will gradually eat up pollution, as it says on the right hand side. And for instance, in order to produce a big biter, it'll consume 80 pollution, right? So that's how pollution also kind of leaves the map again once it's produced. And that's where I don't know exactly how it works with the evolution factory. factor thing, where the question I've always wanted to know, I could just look it up, I guess. But like, is it when you produce the pollution, or is it when it gets eaten by the bases that it affects the evolution factor? Because if it's just when you're producing pollution, then, you know, it's pretty bad. But if it's only when the bases eat the pollution, you can actually counter it by spreading out your pollution to areas that are not infested with aliens and that like. Just as an example. And with mods, you have even more opportunities, because I have like these biofarms over here, and they produce wood and actually eat pollution from the surrounding areas, hence why it's like moving around all the time here. But yeah, I mean, go ahead. If you've got any other questions regarding the game, I'm be more than happy to answer. I haven't played it as much as some other people, but I do have 500 hours in it now. I think when I started streaming, yeah, I guess it would have been at 400. Makes the most sense, huh? Over pollution and mechanic, when the bugs are gone. You see, the bugs are never gone in a default playthrough of Factorio anyway. If I continue going outwards, the map is just going to expand. So there'll always be more bugs. Not by default, no. You can set up your world gen settings so that there is a limit on how far out you can go. Or if you're doing space exploration, that mod that I mentioned, there is also a limit on how big each planet is to motivate you to move on to other ones. And then it uses the biome mod that I'm also using to make the planets more diverse, that one. So like these purple terrain features and such, amongst a bunch of others. But nah, in the base game there's not really, like, if you completely annihilate the bugs or keep them outside of your pollution range, it's only a positive thing. There's never, as far as I know, any negative consequences of that. And the reasoning is pretty simple. A good bug is a dead bug. To be more precise though, it's more that, especially like in my situation, all my turrets along these walls use actual bullets that are made out of materials, right? And eventually you would exhaust your materials, so that would take a very long time. It is possible. And the more attacks you have, the faster that would happen, so to speak. And what do you do when you run out of bullets? You cry. How do I want to set this up? So this should enable me to get rid of excess stuff. Let's see here. Just need to hook these bad boys up. So when someone says the bugs aren't a problem anymore, you were just assuming they killed them all off the map. You didn't know the map kept going. Alright. No problem. No problem. But nah, you can eventually also make energy-based weapons like lasers and such. And in a vanilla game, you know, you do that pretty quickly once you know what you're doing, at least. It's only because of modded that it's a bit more of an issue. Or trouble, rather. So these don't even need to be wired, huh? They just automatically overflow when they're at 80% full. Interesting. So burning hydrogen doesn't pollute, but burning oxygen does. How does that... What happens to oxygen when you burn it? Because pure oxygen is pretty flammable. I guess it gets converted into CO2? I have no clue. Chemistry was never my strong suit. Whatever the case, now we're at least getting rid of it, so these things shouldn't stall, at least. Because the oxygen, I believe that's used for these? Yes. Now, I could be a little bit more smart about it, if I wanted to. Because... oh, where are they located again? There's like that atmospheric condenser, this thing. And this one specifically only makes one of the gas types and just completely excludes the other. But how is it again? Does it just pollute? Because I do believe I be having one of them somewhere. It was around here, yeah, for the nitrogen. I needed those. And this one doesn't pollute whatsoever, it just produces the nitrogen. So I could probably make some of those and then not even need this setup, but I wanted to try and use these electrolysis devices just to make for an added challenge, I suppose you could say. It does work, but it will pollute as a byproduct. Okie dokie, well... get rid of you. Let's add our rocket launcher. There. What? Ah, there we go. Interesting. So normal weapons you can just... or regular projectiles you can just like use anywhere, but these rockets are a little bit more specific. I guess that's a good thing. It means I don't accidentally shoot my own things by accident. It's probably only a good thing. And heck, we're getting plenty of them now, so that's good. Now we are still researching tanks. Corrosive resistant steel plates. Hold on a second. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, that's cupro nickel. I don't even have that yet. Right. Because we are running out of things that I need to do in the home base for now. And the next would be to start making use of those extra spicy materials we got up here. So let me just try and reiterate what that was. So pure chromium mineral is just melting it down, really. I just don't have the room for a smelting plant right here. I mean, optimally, I would just smelt it here instead of having to transport it to other places. But as it happens, I'll have to make a smelting facility somewhere else. And transport it by train. And doesn't quite fit in here. But we could maybe make one over here. Or start clearing out this entire mess up here. Would have loved to get stainless steel magazines before that though. But maybe we can make do without. Oh, yeah. Armor-piercing anti-material rifle rounds. Let's go. Might as well make those. I don't think they are going to be terrible to make. Seeing as for the regular anti-material rifle rounds, it was just the same stuff as for the regular bullets. Only difference being that there were different quantities needed. Yes, different caliber rounds and all that. Now I just need to find it. It was one of the first factories I built on this new setup though, so it's already outdated because I figured out better design since, but what the heck. Let's see. Because the sniper rounds are coming through down here. And for these I just literally just need carbon steel plates, which we have ample amounts. So instead of doing this, plunk, and armor-piercing bullet. Okay, a bit of an annoying position to have to do this. That's true, at this point I might just continue it onwards. It's literally that simple. Wow. I'm not too surprised, you know? The only thing that is a little bit annoying about that though is that the only reason why I haven't done this sooner is because you just literally can't. I guess don't really need that one. Just wanted somewhere to get rid of those regular ones. And that also means that I should probably set this to 0 so we don't get any regular anti-material rifle bullets, and then get the other one here. Should I do... Yeah, one stack's gonna be fine. You in there. Oh, they already took my bullets. The bastards. Let's also get rid of cartridges. because I don't think I'll ever use a shotgun. I might consider... Wait, this is... Oh, that's just the patronizer, never mind. I might actually consider the combat, trying out the combat shotgun just to see, like, carbon steel cartridges, how strong are they? You know? Because it's 16 times 9 damage plus 9 physical. So, pure damage wise, it's much more than a regular rifle mag. But what is the fire rate like? Shooting speed on the rifle is 7.5 baseline. Okay, so still pretty slow for the combat shotgun, but compared to the regular one, it's basically twice. Yes, not basically, it is twice. It also says it gets a 50% damage bonus. How the heck are you supposed to account for that? Are there other things that use shotgun ammo and I'm just not aware of it? Why the specification that it does 50% additional damage with the shotguns when it's on both of them? Also not really that difficult to make either. It's just bronze. Well, and carbon steel, but had I had the military research much earlier, I would also have been able to make this much earlier. Because not gonna lie, the regular submachine gun is kind of... Well, I guess not necessarily as lackluster anymore now that I've got my damage upgraded, but it used to be pretty lackluster at least. Heck, now I've got explosive rockets, so... I also have defender capsules, which are pretty nice. We're actually not making grenades. Should I be making grenades? I don't know. I feel like defender capsules might be more beneficial. Because yeah, it's explosive damage, but is it really that great? Don't have any new things here to make either. That's the prototype artillery. That's from Bioindustries. I don't remember if yeah, can only fire at spawners and worms in range of 90. Not capable of manual targeting. I always found it pretty interesting that the Bioindustries mod decided to add its own artillery. But then again, it also adds like its own rifle and dart ammunition, which is a super early game alternative to a regular rifle, I guess. Now, should we also get a car? What do we need for a car? Here. Rubber, iron plates, gears, combustion engines, and beams. Hold on a second. Let me just check something. Right. Iron beams, gears, and plates. Iron beams, plates, gears. What else do we need? Obviously the rubber, and then a combustion engine. Is that it? Yeah. And I already got combustion engines coming down there, so the only thing needed here would be rubber. And then I could just have a factory to make cars for me, because I'm lazy like that. Also means I can have a car on demand if I ever should need one. So, might want to do that. Rubber is located here at the moment, so it wouldn't be too terrible, would it? No, I think it's pretty manageable. And then I can also switch from using the mono wheels into the start using the car. I don't know if I want to do that, but we'll see. I'll have to make a test run first. Because there are pros and cons to both, I think. first on the menu though. Try and get this. Shouldn't be too hard. Yes. There is this segment here though. I'm thinking bringing it down under and then up might be the best decision that I can come up with. Oh boy. This is becoming very messy. That's bound to happen sooner or later. I don't think it's a big problem though. It's not like there's much else that I would be using the space for anyway. So let's just do it like that then. This, however, might be the bigger challenge. So I need those 5 different materials. But as you can probably tell, there's already a lot of random stuff here. So let's see if we can squeeze it in there or something. Doesn't have to be pretty, just functional. The mantra that I should probably say to myself. Car. And split off you. Beams, plates, and gears. Got gears and plates over here. Can't do that. Do this though. Get the plates. Okay, 2 more remaining. And rubber. We're probably just gonna feed it through here. I'm not proud of this particular factory setup here, but whatever. If it works, it definitely works. And if it means I don't have to handcraft any cars, then that's even better. And we can fill these with like all kinds of gadgets once we unlock them. In fact, I could already equip it with a roboport, I think. No, that's a personal one. It would have to be a vehicle version. There, that one. What does this thing do? Movement speed bonus. Somewhat increases max speed and acceleration of the vehicle. It is placed in exceptions. Locomotives only have their acceleration increased. Wait a second. That sounds immensely useful. First off, though, let me just confirm one thing. Yep, as expected. Right. So I can't use pellet coke as a fuel source for other than the monowheel and the, what's it called, steamroller or whatever the heck it's called. Which means I'll have to use regular fuel. And regular fuel doesn't have the added vehicle acceleration, top speed bonuses, and fuel pollution reduction that pellet coke does, I suppose. But I don't think that's necessarily, you know, detrimental to the usage. Because what the car does in return is that it has a grid and a machine gun. Something that the monowheel does not have. Yeah, and handling of the vehicle seems a little bit easier than the monowheel, so it's all good. What do I do about the lubricant situation though? Because we're not really producing a lot of it, but why is that? Okay, so we're back to to having a lot of sulfurous gas instead of light oil. It always seems to be switching between the two. So I am using a lot of sulfur, mind you, for the explosives at the moment, but eventually that production is probably not gonna go by as quickly. And I'd only have like these 4 factories making sulfur. Because I was so smart that I didn't contemplate that sulfur would be a problem down the line. So I didn't set a lot of space aside for it, to be precise. Might be an idea to do something in regards to that then. Let's try something here. How much space does this take? A lot. And this is on a diagonal, so there isn't exactly much to go around there. Well then. Oof. This belt is very much in the way. Could move it so it goes through the factory and then across, so that this is just one huge open plain. Doesn't change the fact that this takes up a lot of space to make a power plant though. The reason why I'm looking at this is because you can actually use sulfur as a combustible fuel, which would be a decent way of getting rid of it in favor of other things, but like so that I can get more oil and progress in other areas faster. From an ecological standpoint though, not the best decision, I guess. Because it's really just down to the sulfur again. Now that I think about it, how come all this is standing still? What's going on up here? Yeah, so this is like still heavily dependent on wood in order to make ash so that I can turn it into fertilizer and then use the sulfur that way. Which is a pretty good way of investing it back into like terrain, because the terrain tiles should also help combat the same exact pollution that I'm creating through the process of making, you know, or refining fuel and all that. Oil, sorry. Are there other ways to get lubricant? Can't use that. Yeah. I mean, you can do it with heavy oil. But yeah, that's what I'm already doing. We're just using the advanced heavy oil cracking. Produces more... Hold on a second. Oh, I can also just turn it directly into lubricant. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe that is something I should consider. And then only using excess heavy oil for making light oil. Because the byproduct of lubricant through that process is not a lot when you're doing the advanced oil cracking. Because you get less lubricant and more light oil then. See? Hmm. And I actually need lubricant. Question is, where can I get away with doing this? Because the other way that I can get rid of sulfurous gas is through sulfuric acid, which I could also use in my ore processing facility and burn that way, like get rid of it. But that is mainly with the intent of converting like iron and copper and all that into those tertiary or secondary ores, and only at a possibility, which isn't like a good permanent solution anyway at the moment, especially because I don't need it. And this just makes petroleum, of course, which is used for the organic biomaterial stuff here. So that seems to be going fine. So the question is if I should just... Let's see, what do we have? So if we take you and say their basic heavy, no, that's oil cracking. I need the lubricant recipe. Wait, what? Chemical plant or advanced chemical plant? Huh. Am I blind? I don't see the recipe in here. Because that's advanced heavy and light oil cracking. That's basic light and heavy oil cracking. Ammonia, creating water, nitric acid, hydrogen chloride, sulfuric acid, sulfur, sulfurous gas, plastic bars, and plastic glass production. Oh, you also need sulfuric acid here, but still. That doesn't seem to be any recipe for making the aforementioned lubricant directly. I wonder why that is. Because it shows it can be made in the chemical plant. And doesn't show any indication that I don't have the recipe for it, so unless there's like, no. At least not shown in here. It would probably be called something different. What is a chemical plant? Here's the advanced one, which is Krastorio stuff. Hmm. Because the lubricant is required for the advanced motors, and that's what the problem is right now. Hmm. So this is the basic oil processing tree, but there's nothing here either. Because I know that that is a recipe in the base game, but it's possible that because of mods, it gets removed, but the recipe still shows up in FNA because sometimes they just do, I suppose. Hmm. Alright. Well, that complicates the matter. Because that means if I want more lubricant, I actually have to revert back to the basic heavy oil cracking recipe just to get more lubricant. Is that preferable? See, the issue is that I need both. I kind of need both, at least, because I also am using the light oil for petroleum coke, and petroleum coke you need for science. Yeah, no matter how you slice and dice it, you'll always end up producing sulfurous gas. And oddly, actually, if I were to say convert light oil into petroleum, right? That produces 10 sulfurous gas. But then if I took that petroleum to make petroleum coke, I don't get any sulfurous gas. Conversely, I could also just take, is it the same amount? Wait, hold on. Wow. Okay. That seems unbalanced. So if I take half the amount of light oil needed to make that aforementioned petroleum, so if I take half that amount of light oil through the same process, yes, I get 10 sulfurous gas, but I get 2 petroleum coke per craft. Plus, I can make twice as much of it with the same resources. Since you need 60 light oil to get 30 petroleum, and 30 petroleum doesn't give you 4 petroleum coke, it only gives you 2. Because I was almost I was thinking, okay, maybe that might be more efficient to convert it first, but that does not seem to be the case. Then there's a basic heavy oil cracking recipe which does not produce sulfurous gas. It just converts heavy oil into light oil and lubricant. And then there is the advanced version, which just inverses the output so that you get more lubricant and light oil. And the only cost is silica. It's not like you use less heavy oil or water, so... Well... Let's see here, how are we doing on the science part? So this is where the petroleum coke is coming through. And right now, I mean, it's flowing at a pretty steady rate, so I could actually be cheeky and just convert half of these to ones that do the... Oh, sorry, no, not these. Take these and convert half of them to the less efficient recipe. Seeing as the only difference is that they will or will not use that silica as part of the recipe. So that will give me more lubricant at least, but the question is it good enough? Probably not. Because the main issue is that the refineries are being chock full of like sulfurous gas. So if I want to speed up that production, it's not actually necessarily here I need to somehow get rid of that sulfurous gas. That's why I was thinking about that power production as a way to, like, not just burn it for, because I could do that. I could just burn the sulfur or the sulfurous gas directly just to get rid of any excess. But it's highly polluting, so I kind of don't want to do that just for the sake of getting rid of it. Especially because not only does it pollute, but it actually also costs power to do so. Whereas I could maybe be gaining power instead. But I haven't, since it's a modded thing, I have no idea which is the better approach. Seeing as there are reasons why it might actually be better just to burn the gas straight up. Most notably the reason being that if I want to use it as a fuel, I first need to convert it into sulfur. And doing so requires chemical plants and a process to be done, which in its own right will also pollute a little bit. Or somewhat at least. Right? Yeah, 6 pollution per minute. So it's like, do I want to burn the sulfurous gas directly? Which is 50 per minute, so maybe... Okay, I think that answers that question. I think we might want to convert it. Yeah, if I were to just burn the freaking sulfurous gas, it would be like 50 per minute. Yeah, and how much does it even burn at a time? Of course, there's that. It burns like 100 at a time, I'm pretty sure. So... yikes. That's all I gotta say to that. God damn it. How do I want to set this up? Because that belt is up there. This charcoal is coming down at a really annoying location. God damn, that is a stupid position to have this in. I suppose one solution wouldn't really change much. What if we move this up here instead? And do like that. That should do the trick. There's a bit of a spaghetti junction that, but it's okay. Put that power connector back in. Then we can get rid of these excess belts here. Clean up this entire diagonal section. Now there is an iron ore deposit here, which I do need to be considerate of. But I mean, we only really need a power production plant that is, you know, capable of just burning any excess sulfur. Since that is going to be the main objective, it doesn't really need to have a massive capacity either. Mm-hmm. So do I just want to do this? Not quite. Almost though. Do prefer having some straight lines with these roads. There we go. Do one horizontal as well. Cool. Yeah. Damn it. Underestimated the placement of that just by a single tile. Didn't seem to be able to get away with it, so let's just do this then. Okie dokie. Let's change the water connection just a little bit. How far does you reach? That's good enough for me. Do we have any water nearby? We have some here. Could I get that through somehow without being super problematic? Kinda. If I can get it up here, I should be home free. There we go. There. All right. Okay, so that's water sorted. Of course, I still need electricity, but there we go. Then they just need the sulfur. Okay. So instead of using what we already have over here for the sulfur in this new place, I think I'd rather just hook up some sulfurous gas pipes instead, and then make it over where we're currently situated. And then, yeah, let's just do it here. Should be fine. So I do want to try something different with the actual power cables here. Using what we've learned from previous factory setups, I suppose. Okay, I might have to move it a little bit. But the principle should still work. And there we go. I I can save a whole line's worth of space. Instead of having the belt in front, I just like have it on the same space as the actual things. Don't like having those all the way out in the edge though. So we'll just move it inwards one tile. Then it'll also line up with this, and it should be Gucci. I just need a power connector and then hook up the pipes, is all. Can I actually... Oh, did I? Yes, I did. Okay. Also, let's queue some of those up again, just while I'm doing all this other stuff. Doesn't quite allow for the placement here. That should do it. Just a little smokestack to burn all the water excess. Because it doesn't pollute and it's like the easiest way to get rid of it. Can we move you across here? The answer is yes, but we will need to make accommodations for this to work. Ah, so close. Let's connect it up over here, yes. What's this even going down here for? Oh, right, for the fuel. That should actually be prioritized, probably, now that I think about it. Because that fuel is going all the way across here. And then through some magic shenanigans, it arrives up at the port. And I also need to branch this off and feed it into the locomotives. I already have, like, access points up here and down here set up to refuel the trains. They just don't have the fuel yet. Cool. Okay, so now we're getting all this. Did I not? Oh, right. This is how I'm supposed to do it. Block. Yeah, I happen to have some fuel on me, I guess. Wow. This stuff gets burned so quickly. Holy hell. I mean, I kind of knew that this would happen. But look at this. This is how much energy there's inside of these. There's so little that a regular speed inserter can't even supply it fast enough with sulfur to produce energy or steam. So I actually need the blue ones for this. Can optimize it a little bit by moving them around. Damn. We're not moving them around, I mean configuring them. I assume once they've started filling it up with steam, maybe it's going to slow down. Since I don't have as... I mean, I've got an energy demand and it gets distributed across all of those, but I do also have the entire other power plant after all, so... This particular one is not going to take the entire load of the electricity grid. But it does look like I can definitely expand it. There's no harm in that. And this is about as big as I'll make it. I mean, I can do some on the left-hand side as well, a couple lines down. Scalable like that, at least. I'm not getting rid of water fast enough. I'd have expected that would happen. No biggie. Kind of why I'm working on more smokestacks. There, hopefully that covers it all. Now this could just be a pure coincidence, but it looks like I need one smokestack per 4 things, maybe? Seems to be the case. And handcrafting it is very time consuming, mostly because of the steel plates. I don't have... Did I? I didn't make a smokestack fabricator, did I? Don't think so. Because if I did, I don't recall where that would be. Carbon steel beams, plates, electric motors, and circuits. I mean, that could be one place where it could be feasible to do that. Here. But I don't think I am doing it. No, it doesn't seem like it, but I probably should, because they seem to be pretty useful. Let's get over there. Screech. Oh. I mean, I say doing it here might be viable, but I remember now, last time I was here doing stuff, it was already like pretty bad. And now I want to add another thing to this place. God fucking damn it. Because we also have electric motors around somewhere here. This is giving me a brain aneurysm trying to figure out if I want to do this or not. Because it's just going to be so painful trying to get it in here. Because other than that, it's basic circuits and engines, which are over on the left-hand side. The only thing I don't have on the left-hand side, actually, is the plates. But there's also the other problem, which is just space. There's just not enough space here. And some of these belts are already like really spaghetti just trying to get it in, so... Oh god. Okay, so I've got plates here. I've got circuits in this convenient belt there. I've got the steel beams right down here. And I have a way to get them up. And I am also contemplating just getting rid of this factory, maybe. Sacrifices must be made. Because then there's no reason to have all that. But it gives me a little bit of space to work with. Now it's just a question of how I want to utilize that space. Because I need to get those beams upwards. Because there's no way that I can reach them across free spaces like that. Or is there? I mean, that would work. Yes. That would work. So that's beams and plates taken care of. That leaves circuits, which are right next to us, and then electric motors, which are over on the left-hand side here. Those might also be a little bit obnoxious trying to get across, but we can try and see. I don't think there's anywhere that I'm bringing them across, at least. Yeah. Could do this. Doop-a-doop. Actually, I don't have to do it there. Can do it up here. There. There we go. Told you it could be done. It's not pretty, but it could definitely be done. Boom. Let's see if I need to... Might need to convert that one to a filter arm. Just to make sure that it doesn't get stuck with the steel plates. Okay. Put in 3 stacks of that. Thank you very much. Definitely beats handcrafting all this shit. Ugh. And we've got tanks researched. Now I can also figure out where to make a cannon shell. Oh right, never mind. That's what we needed, the cupronickel stuff. We don't have cupronickel stuff. Electroplating. Oh god. Chrome plating mix onto stainless steel, which requires chromium. But I thought stainless didn't stainless steel already need that though? So there's chromium, stainless steel alloy mix. Yeah, that requires chromium and carbon steel. Huh. Okay. Interesting. So that means chromium is used into 2 different types of ingots, which are then used for 2 various sets of plates, rods, probably gears, and everything else you can think of. So that is definitely going to be a challenge. And with the limited space available, even more so. And well, all of them should be running at max capacity. Yeah, and I think this power plant is going to be more than enough to eat up all the sulfur. Now the real question is, how are we doing on the sulfurous gas situation? It's definitely going down, so that's good. So we're actually getting rid of it now. And I also have an idea for what I should probably do here. Yes. No, wait, not one of those. Need one of those overflow things. Shit. I stockpile all the circuit boards. Okay, let's go and grab some. I'll just make a bunch because they seem pretty useful. But the idea is that we'll only be burning sulfur to get rid of sulfurous gas if and only if our tanks are up to 80% capacity. That way I make sure that our sulfur used for other aspects of our production, like for gunpowder and gunpowder and our fertilizer still is like supplied. And it also means that it's prioritized. So now that that is taken care of as expected, we are also not really producing a lot of oil. This field up here used to be 600, 700, 800% maybe even. And now it's like only 400 because we've been using it. There's one out here which is 1200, but if we incorporate these oil deposits right now, I'll probably piss off the local inhabitants here. Alternatively, we could start making oil tankers, which I've never done before, so that could be pretty interesting. Shouldn't be too difficult to do either. The only thing is I don't have a station for it at the moment. I was thinking that it might be a good idea to like make a separate dock for those oil tankers specifically nearby where oil is needed. So that's what this roundabout down here is for. But to do that, we need a little bit of platforms. I only have 3,000 in that one and 4,000. Okay, we have, I think, enough then. Because I want to make something similar to this just for the oil tankers. And I already set up production for like everything ship related, including the oil tanking ships themselves and the oil platforms, which are really fucking expensive, by the way. So making a port shouldn't be that difficult. Let's see, yeah, I've got these ship loading pumps. That's what we would need to offload the oil at least. So yeah, why not do that? Sounds like a good bit of fun. Just scrapping some stuff that I don't want. This as well, don't need paper. After all, platforms take up a lot of space. It feels like this car also turns more sharply than a monowheel does. Let's stick to this amount for the time being. Screech. All right. Good thing about these platforms as opposed to regular vanilla landfill is that I can also tell my bots to remove them if I misplace them. So it's not just like the fact that you can pick them up again, but also I think they can also, yeah, they can also be incorporated into blueprints, which is pretty useful. Or can be, as far as I've been told anyway. Now, okay. Why, yes, I do have a bot. I should have some fuel as well. Yep. A little bit at least. Since walking on water, though you can do it, is still pretty damn slow. That's not what I wanted. That was a misplace and a half. How do I want to make this? I think one of the things we want to do is incorporate the road into this, because the nearest road is all the way out there. So if I have a road going on this direction here, I can always move the walls further out. Similarly to how I've got it planned here, the walls are going to go all the way out to this edge here. Kind of what I've been thinking anyway. Wait, but if I want to do that, maybe it might be worth tearing down some walls here. Yeah, so it's up there, but that doesn't mean I can't make the hopper down here, just put some pipes in. Do want to leave room for a potential railway, just in case I need to transport oil across land from here or something. Though I highly doubt that's ever going to be relevant, you never know. Let's actually try and figure out how to connect the pipes first and then build the harbor afterwards, maybe? Move them up along here. Because we've got oil fields here that I can just... Oh wait, I've actually already got a pipeline up there. So if we do this... Let's do like that. Just so we prevent a little bit of backwash. I'm not totally sold on how these work though. These basically make it so that fluid can only flow in a specific direction, but it doesn't seem like it still evenly distributes it to the other side as well. So in reality, I have no idea how much it actually means, because it'll be distributing itself into all the pipes as well, and it'll be doing it on both sides regardless. It's just, in effect, what I am telling it here is that it can't stuck up massive amounts on the left hand side of this pipe and should prioritize it, putting it towards the right, which is also where the tanks are located here. But I mean, if we look at the numbers, there's not really massive difference in terms of how much crude oil is in these two different types of pieces of pipe here. So I don't know. I really don't know. I suppose I don't really need this setup that I'm making here, but let's do it anyway. I'm telling it though that they can't store oil in these tanks now, at least. They can only extract from here and move it outwards, I suppose. So then, let's see. Something like this. What happened to the road here? New meter. Also, you might have noticed that the robots are really quick at removing these tiles, so though they take quite a while for yourself to remove, since it's pretty quick for the bots, I don't really mind misplacing these, at least, which is a very good thing in my opinion. And how did I space it over here? Because you don't really need a lot of space. They only need this central line here of 2 tiles, because they're like train tracks essentially. Everything else could technically be dirt, but you'll see that if I did that, it looked kind of silly. And I'm not into like things looking silly. And I guess this is the oil tanker here. 2, 2, so that would be space there. Same on the opposite side, like so. Yeah. I mean, that would be cool. But there is one thing I'm a little bit worried about, though. You see, if I put this down here, where do I need to put the pumps in order for them to reach? How do I know? Is that how it works? Is that how it tells me? I guess it would have to be all the way up against those rails, huh? Rails. I have noted though they can be put anywhere, so I can put them in the water. So I can still do this design and then, because they're too wide or too long or whatever, still have like this distance to the shore. I think that seems like a pretty decent compromise. Then I just need to move it all down 2 tiles. Like this. And if I remove these a little bit at a time so I don't overextend my own construction robots, they won't like the ones in the base won't come by and steal all the foundations from me. Wait, did I? Didn't I cock that up? Yeah, I did. Okay, there we go. So I didn't actually need to move it. It was fine where it was. I'd like to do as little terraforming as possible, so it's important to get this right the first time around. Also because I wanna do some of this fertilizer stuff. Give me. God damn it. Mm-hmm. Make that shoreline look a little bit more natural. Okay, so far so good. So how is it with these stations again? Because the placement of these is a little bit wonky. Because it's like kinda the first two frontmost ones. I'm on a boat, yes. Sister, I'm on a boat. Or I can get on one in a second. There's a boat down here. It's been a while since I've seen you around. How are you doing? Also, it's not just a boat. It technically has the ability to drift. Also, it can go pretty fast. Wait. Why didn't I think about this sooner? I can do something pretty cool here. God damn it. You're okay? I'm doing fine. Just been fairly busy in these most recent times, but it's not too terrible. It's manageable at least. They kind of lifted a lot of the restrictions over here as well in terms of the pandemic, which is a plus, I suppose, but it's never really like bothered me personally all that much yet, so. I have heard that not everyone's been as lucky though. Yeah, let's do it like this actually. Or wait. Nah. This one like that. Wait, I could totally have done this over here, save some water. Oh, god damn it. Why didn't I think about this? Probably because the layouts. Oh well. But yeah, I've been playing a bit of Factorio recently. What have you been up to? I guess it's reasonable I rarely ever see you because I have a tendency to stream earlier in the day, I suppose. Today was a little bit different though. Keeping to yourself a lot, okay. Sounds a little bit lonely. It doesn't have to be, of course. I could actually get away with stacking these right next to each other like this without it looking completely silly. The savings, the space. Watching less Twitch since you kind of got burned out on RimWorld. Wow. Wow, that's amazing. One thing is that all the streamers like myself get burned out, but when the audience gets burned out, I think it's time to switch. Holy shit. I didn't expect to hear that. It's a little bit surprising, honestly. But I can understand, I mean... And also when it comes to watching Twitch, I've noticed that as a general trend. Practically everyone who was coming by the streams back when I started doing RimWorld and all that stuff, some of them I haven't seen in like ever since 1.3 came out, pretty much. There were a couple that have been around for a little while after that, and also like been here on and off, but for the most part almost everyone's like kinda disappeared. So yeah. But that nothing lasts forever. I just decided to switch away from RimWorld before others did, though. Guess that's the main difference. Kind of trying out some different games to see if it's gonna be something people might be interested in. But lately I've been doing these business classes, which have sort of been occupying all my time as well. So I haven't had as much time for streaming as I usually would. Yeah, this seems fine. Like the streams where you could participate, TTK and or Puppeteer, but there were always some viewers who tried to destroy colonies. You think yours was the only one colony you ever saw make it to space, and you missed the end. I mean, to be fair, Sister, you didn't really miss out on much. If you're curious as to what happened, do I not have a shorthand for that? Otherwise... I do use YouTube as an archive, so if you're curious, there is a playlist for the 1.2 colony forever immortalized. But yeah, you get invested in a colony and you're pawn there, then it'd fail or the save would get corrupted. Yeah, that is a trend I seem to notice quite a lot myself. And I've also heard from others that their colonies have had very different experiences, let's say. As you sort of pointed out, it would get destroyed or in some other means become unplayable, you know? But to be fair, we got to space, and getting the spaceship built took 3 streams, and it was just a slog, honestly. There's no way around that. It was just like not really enjoyable. The game just got so slow that there was like it was really hard to what do you call it, rationalize keeping it going. But I really wanted to see the end, and we did get into space, but once we got into space, that was also pretty much it. We didn't really do much of the space... What's the mod even called for RimWorld again? I forget. Saver ship stuff. Because by that time, everything was just so difficult that... Because I had no previous experience with the mod, it was ridiculously hard. It was a bit of a coin toss going into a ship battle whether or not we would even be able to make it. You know, so it kind of just died there. And I also noticed a significant drop-off of people, you know, participating. Not necessarily, you know, not showing up, but there wasn't as many, like, participating in the TTK side of things at that point, because I think people were pretty much feeling like they were done with the colony just as much as I was. And I don't know if it's just because it had been around for so long or whatever, but that's definitely what ended up happening. And 1.3 also happened, so the timing of it all made it so that I guess people were curious to see what 1.3 had to offer. But you know, just as well as I, that you can't just update when the mods are not updated. In fact, I don't even know, I haven't checked in a while, but the Dragon's Descent mod, for instance, last time I checked, still wasn't updated. And it was, you know, part of my mod list, so if I wanted to have upgraded to 1.3, it would have kind of required that to happen as well. And obviously waiting until now, if not longer, has been completely out of the question. Still though, it was a pretty fun colony to run, and I've tried to get back into some RimWorld here and there, but it's just like really hard to do when you're burned out on the game as a whole. So I wanted to start doing some other things, so I've started diversifying into like other games in general, but also not sticking to like one thing for an awful long time. And more recently, like with Factorio, for instance, because it takes so long, I've also tried making it less like a slog, because since it takes a long time to do, I sometimes just enjoy playing it on my own off stream, and that way I can get like a lot of stuff done to show off to everyone in terms of the stream part, and not get like frustrated with some of the complex parts. Also so that the game doesn't just grind to a halt, because you know, sometimes you just feel like playing the game instead of streaming, you know. And I've definitely felt it being a very positive thing. Going back to the business class thing though, that's related to something completely different, and that's because I want to start my own company. Because I'm so tired of not getting a job now that I've been looking into alternatives that might work out for me. And though it seems a little bit irrational maybe to go ahead and say like, oh, I want to make my own company, it unfortunately also seems like the most likely approach if I want to become a game developer at full time. There's just not enough places in Denmark hiring. So if I don't do something actively myself, you know, I'll just have to do something completely outside of my field. And even that has been actually turned out to be pretty difficult. Getting a job within a field that you have no experience in, even if it's unskilled labor, which surprised me the most. Don't know if it's just me who is bad at selling myself, which probably might be part of it, but you know. But it's been pretty great. The business classes have given me a lot of insight on how to run a business, and also given me motivation to actually, you know, do it, which is equally as important. Because I'm not gonna lie, motivation hasn't been the highest in terms of trying to get a job, at least, or a regular one, if you want to say that. So suddenly having something where I feel like progress is happening is very motivating. But good things take time to do. And it'll be a while before I go full-fledged company. I'll still try and keep streams going, but also maybe do some mix and matching, so I will be utilizing the streams a little bit strategically, let's put it, so that I can show off some game development as part of that process. Which means that if you're curious in the future, there might be some development streams a couple months from now. Though I haven't quite settled on whether or not I can personally like manage doing that. It is something that requires a lot of focus after all. And I do need like to consider that I also have a game that I need to make after all. So everything needs to be considered. Wait a moment. Fuck. Why did I not think about this? Ah, I'm an idiot. God damn it. Why do I not think about this until now? I can't make a port here because there's not enough fucking room. God damn it. That means I have to move all of this at least 2 spaces further down after all. God damn it. I thought we were all Gucci, but I guess we're not. Good thing I can make more water. By the way, Sistra, if you're still here, have you played Factorio yourself? Is it your kind of game? I'm not an idiot. I still say that. I'm a little bit harsh on myself, I know. I do it a lot though, so don't worry too much. Oh shit. No, you haven't. Alright. Have you seen some gameplay before, or is it completely new to you? Oh yeah, that's true. I assume you're still like, your computer situation is still on the not so strong side, I suppose. If I remember correctly, at least. Last time we talked about that, you said something along the lines that you didn't really have like a gaming rig or anything. I think you even might have mentioned that you were watching Twitch on like a phone or something. But I digress. Been so long. Hey Toto, I thought you were lurking.
You're a fucking nerd. No one likes you.
God damn it.
No one likes you.
I like to say that you don't make stupid mistakes. You make silly mistakes. Fair enough. I just think that the word idiot when used self-reflectively has like a little bit of a comedic value to it, I suppose. Not the nicest thing to call someone, but you know. Still no good computer? Yes, you're on a phone. It's your most powerful device at the moment. Oof. That's rough. Hope you can afford something soon. I think I said that last time as well. I would like to upgrade my own rig as well, but even though I'm not poor, I'm definitely not rich at the moment. Do what a couple times exactly? I just need to make sure. Like, play Factorio, or what are you referring to? I think 4 stations would be more than adequate. Probably overkill even. Interesting. You sneaky beaky like. Well, I do appreciate the support as well. So how do you find it so far? It's definitely not a game for everyone. Though I guess others might say that it can be. It's one of those gradient kind of things. Actually, let me figure out the actual motorway solution. And then worry about the platforms later. But yeah, it's like I've been wanting to keep this playthrough going and more active. So it's like the main game that I'm playing right now, I guess you can say. Though I don't necessarily want to put it like that. But I guess you could. This is gonna look hella funky when the ships start coming in. Working with waterways can be a little bit tricky. Sometimes it's hard to tell where they're connected and where they're not. You can kind of use the buoys to figure out if the pathways are connected. They're automating some conveyor belts a while ago. Production of which, I assume. Also, I did the mistake of not double checking if this would actually work. Okay, it will. Good. Oh, wouldn't that have been funny? Yeah, I had to like restructure the entire factory setup at some point. You might have seen some of that. I mean, this is what it's currently looking like. A super compressed mega factory of some sort. I mean, it's not really a mega factory if you look at some other people's work, but it does a lot of the basic stuff that you need. And it's not as messy as it could be. Some intersections, of course, are really terrible, but it's not the worst. I talked with someone who rated me a couple days ago. Earlier this day, I talked with him, that is. He streams a lot of Factorio. In fact, from what I could gather from his channel, he only plays Factorio, and more recently, he started doing Dyson Sphere program as well. And kind of had like a little bit of questioning with him as well. Or not questioning, like I brought up the concept that whenever you're checking out mods for the first time, especially with a game like this, you don't know what the production chains are like, right? So you don't know where you should be focusing your resources and which ones you're going to need the most of. So, you know, we can make these buses, as they're called, for transporting resources across, but in the beginning I thought like, okay, I'll do one for a lot of these subcomponents here, which turn out to be a really bad idea space-wise. Looks like an integrated circuit. Yeah, it usually does for Factorio. It's a pretty common thing. Let's actually just chuck this stuff into... I don't need one of those big ones. I can make do with you. There we go. But yeah, I was kind of like unknowingly doing a lot of factories that took up way too much space and had to redo everything. And that's what you're currently seeing. In the beginning I was using these Steam assemblers, which is a modded thing, which was very interesting to work with, but impossible almost to upgrade because they are connected up in a completely different way than the electric ones that I have right now, for instance. So you couldn't just necessarily use the same design anymore. Which kind of complicates matters, I suppose. Shall we take a wager seeing that 4 tankers is going to be more than enough for the time being? I think so. Oh yeah, let's move you out of the way. Frick. So this is for like the wall segments, because this is like how much space they take up. In fact, it needs to be one further down by the looks of things. But regardless, what was his name again? Tyrannosaurus Hex, I think it was, right? Seemed like a pretty cool dude. But yeah, he basically only plays Factorio and has switched into trying out Dyson Sphere program. It's very interesting actually watching someone like that play Dyson Sphere program, because on the surface level Factorio and that game are very similar, but you can tell very quickly that even though he's played a ton of Factorio, he almost has to relearn everything, since it's played in, I guess, such a radically different way, I guess you could say. I find that kind of interesting. As far as I know, he's got like thousands of hours of Factorio under his belt. But playing DSP almost looks like he's, you know, playing, it's like if you're playing Factorio for the very first time again. So I can only imagine that it must be like a very refreshing experience too. Maybe I should do some more Dyson Sphere program as well at some point. I actually did start on it on a stream, like a couple streams, but I never really got through the bulk of the game. And I think part of the reason why was because it was around the time when I just switched from RimWorld, so it was a little bit hard to tell if it was something that people were interested in even watching at the time. But I was also mainly checking it out because an update had happened, but it didn't seem like the update actually added all that much back then. So since I had like a couple weeks or months ago at that point basically completed a full run, if you will, of that game, I kind of just lost interest myself too. Oop. And now I'm playing Factorio. Beauty here is that you've got mods to keep you entertained. Yes. It is possible that we can get attacked from the south, so I wager it is probably in everyone's interest that we try and protect this, at least a little bit. Now the real question is, how far can I make these? Okay, not a problem. Hold on. I need to do this. And then it's a problem all of a sudden. Make a kill box. So my entire fortification here, or base, is surrounded by these turrets. And the way it works is that here I have a single belt going from a bullet factory further inland, putting it into this box here and distributing it into the first turret. Then an inserter takes ammunition from that turret, brings it to the next, and then an inserter takes it from that turret and brings it to the next. And then you just gotta like imagine that they're all connected in series with each other that way, all the way here. So in other words, to resupply this particular turret, every single inserter has to pass a magazine from the starting point across. And the same in the opposite direction, going all the way up to here, I believe. So right now, like, this segment of wall here is disconnected entirely, so they are not getting any ammo, I think. No, wait, they are. They're getting supplied here, never mind. But this segment here isn't, so if they came under attack and started using up ammunition, they wouldn't be resupplied, which would be pretty bad. So that's why I'm like intending on connecting it across here. The issue is that preferably the walls are 2 units thick. But if I want to do that, you know, you need the space for it. Actually, I do want to have it set up like this even. This does not satisfy my needs. Okay, might have to do a bit of redesigning those hot points here. At least to begin with, and then I can like repeat the usual pattern. Simply just because there's going to be an opening here. As far as I know, I can't put gates in the water, and I can't move the boats across land, so they basically have to cover with walls inwards. The bigger issue, though, is getting ammunition across the gap of water. That is mainly what I'm thinking about right now. How to do that without causing any issues. I do think that it's just gonna be... because the belt doesn't, underground belt doesn't reach further than this. So it has to be set up like here. Yeah, that should be fine, I hope. Yes. Okay. Then next, I think the idea is going to be to remove all these turrets along here and then just extend that diagonal wall across. Because the game, or rather the aliens AI, sort of have an upper hand if your wall is not flat. If your sort of contour of your defense line is like all over the place. Because for each dent and whatever, it puts like inconsistency in the range of the turrets. And they really need to work together in order to take out the aliens fast enough. If they don't, the walls get attacked. The walls, of course, being there to take punishment, no problem. And at the current point in time, we've got these robo towers with construction robots in them, which will go out and try and repair any damaged things in their area. So it's not a complete issue, like massive issue, but streamlining the walls is probably a good usually a good idea. Not probably. So like, for instance, here I could build a wall down and then make a corner, but another thing that also isn't so good are corners, which is why this is built out in like a, I don't even know what you want to call it. It's like reinforced with turrets, hardpoint or whatever, but everywhere else in the base, it goes from like a straight wall to a diagonal intentionally. Because as soon as you build a corner, then it's like one turret in the corner, and then that starts shooting if you get attacked from a diagonal side or whatever you want to call it. Which means that it leaves one turret to also defend those immediate attacks. Only once aliens get close enough do they also, the other turrets aid it, of course. Which at that point means that you've already sustained damage. Earlier on, the walls were a little bit all over the place, but little by little, they've been sort of simplified. They take a lot of stone, though, because you need stone to make these foundations, platforms. Fuck. I will need more platforms than this. It's also like a very inconvenient lump of uranium just sitting there. Okay, let's get in the car. Drive away from here. Get some platforms. Hope I have enough. I do love the freaking drifting mod. Makes driving so much more fun. We're driving really fast in this car too. 120 kilometers an hour. That's like highway, motorway, like speeds over here at least. No more than 45-degree turns. What do you mean? I mean, I do have 45-degree turns. Or do no more than 45-degree turns. Wait, what? What do you mean, Sistra? We must build a wall. I might have overshot that a little bit. On the wall, no convex corners sharper than 45 degrees. Concave could be 90 degrees or 135 degrees because they would protect themselves better. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. I think I understand what you're talking about. Right. Just making sure we weren't referring to the actual driving of the vehicles. Because that could also have been a thing. There we go. Still need to transport electricity across. Let's just use a wooden pole. I assume this can reach. Yeah, that'll do. Can move this intersection, of course, if I want or need to. It's not like it has to be there. But... let's see. Because one thing I could do is just to extend this wall out to hereabouts. And then just keep this area in here open with water. And then like build a wall all the way around. Maybe also do it diagonally across here, but I don't know yet. Because all I really need to do is... yeah, that's a little bit easier said than done, I suppose. Will I even be able to do that? Hmm. Let's go and grab the bolt. Don't think this is gonna be necessary. Ah, it's just out here. It's fine. I have an idea. Extend that a little bit longer, then it might be more feasible. Yes. I think if I do this, then I can actually make that happen. But, how do I connect the rest? Because this would have to go in a straight line diagonally downwards in order to meet with that. Okay. Let's try and make this a little bit shorter. Also, this is very confusing to drive this boat while placing these. Okay, that's the absolute max. I should be able to, like, do this. And connect them all up like so. And we've got some pretty neat straight lines. And it's important that it goes this way around the roundabout because it's like one-way roundabout or whatever you want to call it. Like this. God damn it. I have a feeling I'm gonna blow up a lot of these signal buoys because for whatever reason you collide with them when you sail into them. For reference, I'm pretty sure you don't collide with the signal lights for the railway tracks. So it's not quite the same. But whatever, I'll just have to get used to it. As long as I've got spares, my robots will replace them immediately. I don't even get to see the explosion almost. But you know. Yep, go. That's all of them separated. Or traffic lights on the road. Well, I don't have traffic lights on the road, that's not a thing, so that's why I didn't mention it. I'll just steal that layout, thank you very much. Also, the acceleration and acceleration of the boat is very, very bad. God damn it. Could not undo that. But also completely deleting what I had planned. Actually clean this up a little bit. Doesn't really need to be a roundabout. Nah. Doesn't even need 2 lanes going that way. Let's keep it simple. There we go. Yeah, let's clean up this one. No kissing and keyword symbols to it. Yeah. I mean, the simple solution would be just to copy the design and then have the roundabouts in case you ever want to expand, but the shorter route would be just a turn, of course. I do want to have 2 roundabouts next to each other here though, because one takes you from the gold ore here by ship up to the port in this direction. And down here, if I want to go south, is probably where I could make use of these roundabouts. Or at least the southern one. Might not need these extensions down here. Then we can use the roundabout up here and connect it up to these crude oil deposits, maybe. Let's see how that works, because I have absolutely no fucking idea. Oh right, maybe I should add in roboports before we do that. Speaking of which, I at some point need in the somewhere near future need to make a roboport factory again, because those have I'm not making any of those at the moment, at least. So if I run out, I just cannot resupply. Oh yeah, something we also need to do while we're here is to put down a radar so we can see what we're doing. Let's see, what time is it? Okay. Don't want it to get too late today, because I do have that deadline for the business plan draft tomorrow that I need to hand in. we can keep it going a little bit longer. Tomorrow I'll also be playing something that I haven't played on stream before. A very old game. It will be an afternoon stream though. But it's gonna be a little bit interesting, I hope. So if you're curious to see what it's about, do consider checking it out. I know Toto is excited. To give it a little bit of a spoiler, it is an RTS. But as I said, it's an older one. It's not ancient, but it's pretty old still. Yeah, let's try. Oh right, I didn't have any more, that's what it was. Yeah, I guess might actually, just to make it look a little bit more dynamic, add water back in there. Okay, so that goes there. That goes there. And that goes there. Should supply them all with bullets. That doesn't look half bad. Hopefully it's going to be enough to defend the position though. That being said, I also need to figure out what to do with the rest of the wall. If I should just keep it up there as it is with the gate and all. Or if I should like extend it in a diagonal line across here. That would probably be the best. For now, I can probably just split some of the ammo off and then move it over. Or actually, do I even need to do that? Because the ammunition is right there, so technically I could just... Yeah, I could just drag a belt southward from up there and then feed it in that way for the time being. Should be enough. If I can fit it, that is. Can fit it. It's not going to be pretty though. Okay, it's going to be just about fine. Oof. There we go. Yeah, that should provide us with enough bullets. Oh, right. Roboports, before I forget. Yeah, it doesn't quite cover the whole little peninsula we've made here. So let's just make sure it does, and then we can look at some oil derricks maybe? Yeah, we can at least get a look at it and see how far we go. Let's also rename these. We can name them all the same. The ship that has this as the destination, they're just going to take whichever one is currently available. If we have multiple of the same name. So if I have 4 stations, I can basically have 4 oil tankers going between any and all oil platforms, and they'll just pick whichever one that is closest to their current location. Or whichever one is free, rather. I would also just have one ship going through them all. I don't know how much space they have for the oil, but if the cargo ships or anything to go by, it's probably not going to be an insubstantial amount. Right. Let me actually get one of these cars in here. I don't even know how high do they even stack. Hold on, do they stack at all? Where do we make them? Somewhere here. They don't really stack, do they? Slightly annoying. It's kind of interesting. The pollution kind of happens in waves. Like, pretty badly even. Just a few hours of game time ago, this water would have been completely green, and now it's back to being pretty nice blue again. Here we go. Here's the oil derricks. They only stack to 5. So 2 stacks should do it. They're pretty massive. Oh boy. I have no idea how they work though. So I don't know if I need to bring anything other than those platforms. Like, say, do they feed directly into the oil tankers, or like how does that work? Do they have like an internal storage tank? Because I've never messed with these. Time will show. Did I just... Oh my god, you collide with them? Really? Is that because they... Huh. Huh, how do they work? Because I mean, they need they don't even need electricity? No, they do need electricity, but what? What? Oh, they do have an internal buffer. Oh, of 100,000. Yikes. But how is it already like producing electricity? I don't get that. How to oil tanker, I wonder. So they've got like a pipe by the looks of it. Also, I have no idea how they produced power without any power source. There's nothing going out here. But I mean, I can't build pipes directly on water. I can build the pumps though. Is that the idea? That you just like... Maybe that is the idea. You just like... have like circle of these or something. So say like... This is intriguing as hell. Also, when you're placing these, by the way the mod works, your placement range for these water pathways is increased, but only while you're holding these. So it kind of allows you to build out pretty far. You know, pretty dang far. God, the collision on those is a little bit weird though. So if I do that, and I do this, because it has like 100,000 internal buffer, I wouldn't need like a wacky ass landfill station or something. So I guess you can just like do this. So then it should park around here and be connected that way. Not entirely sure why they say they require power, but then they don't actually use any power. Or then they don't actually need that power, you know what I mean? Seems a little bit weird. I have the weirdest feeling that this is gonna pollute like fucking crazy. And this is gonna cause some kind of problem. This is a problem as well. Kinda hoping that I could just do this way and then just have stations along the path or whatever. But it doesn't seem like there's enough room for the actual station to be put down in a sort of sensible location. So let's just try and refer to these for a second. Yeah, so it has to be between the first two like spots there, sort of. This actually does just barely fit. What about this last one though? Not entirely. We can do some shenanigans here though. It's a little bit annoying that the boat blocks these pathways, but oh well. So this station is not in the right place. Yeah, that should do the trick. S for C. Oral. A. Could be PROD. For production. And some kind of identifier. 01A, maybe? Because I'm putting them up in series like these. A, B, and C. I think that's how we're going to do it for now, and then we'll see how well they can keep up with production at least. Roundabouts and water, I know. I don't even think that they're too far away from the actual reality of the world, how it works. But you got a point. It's a pretty interesting way to look at things. God damn it. Boats. Melted waters. High peak. I for a moment didn't notice it was you because you have the same color as Sistra. Good to see you're home. It's been a while since I had a talk with either of you. I've just been really busy. I hope you guys are doing okay. This is where you're probably gonna say work. Melting waters. Yeah, we never really got around to mess around with the boats either, so it's been a pretty good time getting to like play around with this. Just working parking tickets still. God damn it, dude. Well, I mean, if Ross pays, then yeah. His is bluish. Not on my screen, they're not. On my screen, they're both purplish. At least in Streamlabs OBS, they are. Oh, okay. Nah, over in Streamlabs, they were both purple. In case you were wondering. Why would they be red? Hold on a second. I need to check this. Because you're obviously talking about the overlay. Right, yeah, I know why. So on the overlay, the reason why they're the same color is because it's the Streamlab, sorry, the overlay is through Restream, and Restream's overlay doesn't support the Twitch usernames coloration thing, since it's like a general platform for all the different how should we put it, you know, for like crap, it's getting late and I'm having a hard time thinking. For like YouTube and Facebook and I guess Steam as well, if that's what you wanted to use, and of course Twitch. So when you're using their overlay framework or whatever, everyone gets the same color. I'm pretty sure that's why. Still though, in my Streamlabs, because that uses Twitch's chat, and then if I see messages there, they are relay messages through the Restream bot instead. And as a result, that's how I still see the Twitch username colors, including like the VIP tags and all that stuff, which is also not supported by Restream's overlay, since it's more generalized at that. So, hope that clears up a bit of the confusion. Just down here to grab some floating electric poles, which we set up ages ago. Now we finally get to use them, I think. Still not quite sure why the oil boring platforms have like a power requirement, like max consumption 750 kilowatts, right? But then a little while after you place them, they just start operating regardless. Not too sure what that's about, but question is, will they don't even connect up to the power grid by the looks of things. Oh, of course not. What am I even talking about? Oh, wait a second. Yeah, that is like really bizarre, because the thing about floating electric poles that I forgot is they've got no supply area, so you can use these to transport electricity, but you can't supply it. What happens if I do like this? Okay, so there's no electricity reading whatsoever. Makes sense, they don't have a supply area, and I don't have the ability to do that on water unless I build a platform for it. Could this be like some weird mod interaction stuff? What happens if I put a... I mean, it doesn't say that they consume anything. Unknown key, entity name, or... Okay. There's some really funky shit going on with these soil directs and the way they're implemented. As a wise man once said, it just works. They probably did some hacky shit to make it work. Oh right, I don't even have fuel for this bastard. Oil prod 1A, B, C, and then do oil offload. So let's see. Time or full cargo, maybe? Time passed or full cargo, of course. And time passed or full cargo. And then we won't leave until our cargo is empty. So it'll keep repeatedly going back and forth between these stations for as long as oil is required, and if for some reason it stops offloading oil, should be good. Wise men say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza. Confucius say forgiveness is divine, but never pay full price for late pizza. I suppose that works. Your train system looks like you are selecting maps. Sure. I mean, you're used to the... Is this... Why do you mention that? You should be pretty used to it as well. It's like what you always do in this game. Freaking Tokyo Drift. It's a movie. See, I expected it to be a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles thing simply because it involved pizza. I can't remember. 66,000 oil. Looks a little bit funky with the thing clipping into it, but... Oh my god, yeah, it fills up almost instantaneously. Holy hell. It doesn't even take that long to like fully empty out the tanks on this bad boy. So what we'll do is wait, can you actually do that? Because this is like if time passes, but I want it to be condition based. So if it's empty in terms of its cargo, or time has passed and but that doesn't make any difference. Oh, yeah, this is just what I want. I just want it so that it at least sits around for like 2 minutes and only drives away if its cargo is also empty. So that makes sure that if for some reason it's like just sitting with oil in its tanks or whatever, and it's not being offloaded because it's not being used fast enough, it'll just sit around until eventually it's emptied. Is the idea, at least. Now, one thing I totally forgot is to think about fuel supply. Fuel is up there, but yeah, so see, it takes the closest destination. Smart girl. I have way too many of these pumps. That is way overkill. However, why are they not? Oh, fuck. I might have missed just some distances. Whoops. There we go. One saw anything. Wait, is it only one pump at a time that's working? Really? It does seem like that is the case, so this is like way overkill then. Damn, that's a lot of oil. Seems like part of the problem is that the oil is just like not being emptied out of the pipe system all that fast. Holy shit, that's a lot of oil. There we go. Actually, can I make more of these? No. Need steel. No, not steel, sorry. Iron. Oh, the irony. Want to prevent some backwash here. Make sure that it gets put into that system. So that probably means that, yep, our refinery is working at full-blown capacity again. Time to pollute a lot. Handcraft Man. Yeah, the return of Handcraft Man. Version 2.0. Ah, don't remind me, dude. I'll see when we can play some more Satisfactory. Handcraft Man. So if I put fuel in this here box here, does it reach? Yes, it does. Okay. Good, good. Now I just need to like supply it with stuff, I guess. Yeah, let's... Hold on. Don't mind that random shot there. Oh wait, this won't work. I can make it work, but damn. God damn it. It's fine. Eventually I can clear this up by building some higher tier belts, but this is just how it's gonna be for now. God damn it. Now, fuel is up here, so if we go this way, like so, a pretty clear line just straight up here. And almost an entire extra half an hour has passed. God damn it. Really wanted to get this rolling before doing anything else though. But wow, the amount of oil this is gonna give me is ridiculous. Doesn't seem like I can see how much oil is in these things at a glance, but I can tell whether or not they're operating at least. It's also like 330 oil a second. Jeez, no wonder those ocean-based platforms are so expensive to make. They fucking just pump the oil in great quantities. And the percentages are also really high. I wonder if they also go all the way down to 20% like a regular oil derrick will, or if they stay higher because they're like oceanic placed. But damn. Not too shabby. Also, I should put a limit on these before I forget. There we go. Just making sure. Oh, you can resume your operation. Thank you very much. So let's just watch this thing go. I mean, the roundabouts work, but they look goofy as hell. Damn, 54 kilometers an hour. They're not as fast as trains, but I think I start to understand why the default speed is like much slower than this. This is like 4 times the normal speed of these suckers. Operation? Oh, this is great. But normally they would only be able to drive or say like a quarter speed. Dollar surgery advanced bounty guy. But given the sheer amounts of stuff and liquid they can move, I almost wish that you could set the speed of the cargo and tanker ships separately from the personal vehicle. Because right now, the way the mod is made, they have it so that it's like a global modifier. I guess adding a inactivity counter here doesn't really matter. 15 seconds doesn't seems to be a bit overkill though. 30 seconds, sorry. Toto, hope Dragonfriend doing okay. Oh hey Toto. Yeah, I am. I'm just finding it hilarious with how the ships move around, whipping around the corners and all that stuff. Dude, that's like so much. 250,000 oil. Oh my god. That's gonna be some dead dinosaurs on that boat. Think of all the dino juice that we have here. I mean, it looks fucking great though. Cargo ships mod is by no means a new one, but it does add some pretty cool aspects to the game. Maybe I should add like a... Oh yeah, I do have a full cargo inventory. Dude, that is so much oil. Let's just watch it return and then that'll probably be it for today. Oh yeah, Toto's been lurking here for a while. She's still around. Fucking Tokyo Drift here. Ring ding digga digga ding ding. Looks pretty decent on these simple turns, but once it comes to the slalom like roundabouts, it gets pretty crazy. Oh, this pot's gonna be great. I'm sure she has. He's doing a pretty good job at it too. Wait a second. Okay, now I also get to see if it takes oil out faster. Okay, it does. Because there's more connection points now. Individual like pipelines or whatever. Multiple pumps can work at the same time. Because the throughput is like limited per pump, per pipe. Cool. I wonder if the steel pipes make any difference to that. Will be a while before all these buffer tanks are full though. But damn, that is a lot of oil. Freaking oil refinery is going to be running free 24/7 now. At least as long as I can use up the sulfurous gas, but I think I can. Did after all make a setup to burn the sulfur as like a solid fuel, although really shitty fuel. It does at least produce some kind of power. But this is what I needed to do. There we go. Now all these turrets are also covered. But it doesn't seem like these oil derricks are gonna pollute whatsoever. There's no indicator that they actually pollute at all. Compare that to a normal oil derrick that produces 10 pollution per minute. I think I can see the problem, right? Because unless you could make defenses on the water surface, which would require a lot of landfill at the moment, if they polluted a lot and attracted biters and whatever, it would be a massive pain in the ass to the point like you wouldn't be able to build them without them constantly getting harassed by aliens. So seems pretty fair. But yeah, we've got tankers now. I mean, we also have got gold on a cargo ship, so I'm figuring things out. Toto enjoys odds, yes. Still, digital feels kind of cheaty to Toto. Oh, really? You don't like digital art, Toto? It depends on your drawing style, though. I agree if you use a lot of layers and blending options, then yes. And the fact that you know you can undo your mistakes. Draws on paper. Well, no surprise coming from you after saying that you feel like digital drawing is a bit cheaty. All right. Well, I think I know where we might as well go to. Because this is it for today. Cheaty and cheesy, huh? I mean, it fits with his style, doesn't it? No, don't start putting it into your farewell messages as well, Toto. Also, I hope you thought about this. So, which brother or sister do you have whom I am related to? Just... Or rather, no. Which brother or sister do I have who would be your... Wait. Yeah, so it would... Wait, so for that to make sense, your parents... One of your parents would have to be my brother or sister. I don't think that's the case, Toto. Yeah. She's also started calling, what do you call it? Kyo for daddy, which is just uncanny as fuck. What are you calling Cap anyway? I don't even want to know. Nobody. Well, anyways, thanks for being here, sister, as well, and you too, Peak. I might jump on Discord for a bit if you're still awake. I will tell Papa Cap. Oh yeah, wow. Seems a bit sus. Anyways, that's it for today. There's that strategy game coming up tomorrow evening, starting the same time as today. So Toto, I expect you to be there. Anyone else, you're free to come by if you want to. Otherwise, I'll see you when I see you, alright? I will, as I've been, well, I guess, just for good measure's sake, I'll try and keep it to the weekends for the time being, because I can feel that throughout the week, having all these other things that I need to think about and worry about, it might be a bit too much streaming for a little bit. Yes. Farewell for now, Toto. We will say hi to you know who. You'll figure it out. You're probably already there anyway, but let's just do it for good measure's sake. It might even give you some loyalty points. I've never figured that out. Anyways, thanks for today. That's all what I had, and I will see you all on the next one. Bye bye.